Well, finally, there's one foursome in front of us. And the redhead and I were standing there waiting for them. This young 6'4" approximately Adonis was on the box. Weighed about 240 pounds, had about a 48-inch chest and about a 31-inch waist. Kind of guy you could instantly dislike. I mean, he had muscles in places I don't even have places. Well, he stepped up there, you know, to the tee, and he teed his ball up, and he took his driver, and he laid it down, and he picked it up. And he laid it down, and he picked it up. He would get ready, and then he would look up. He'd get ready, and finally, you know, I turned to the redhead. I said, well, that guy's not a golfer, that's for sure. She said, well, how do you know? I said, oh, come on, sweetheart. I've been playing golf a long time. I've seen a lot of golfers, and I can tell you that dude is not a golfer. Well, finally, after what seemed like forever, he threw the club back, and he busted that sucker about 240 or 50 yards right down the middle. Well, so much for my golf expertise. Well, he walked over to his cart. He put his club in his bag. He walked straight back to me. He said, Mr. Ziglar, I heard what you said when you spoke in our community about 2 years ago. It completely changed my life. I want you to know it's just an honor for me to be on the same golf course with you. I don't need to tell you how I felt, about 2 inches tall. And the thought occurred to me right then and there as I asked for forgiveness. What would my impact have been on him had he heard what I said then? Folks, our words are so important. We need to be very careful about what we say to and about other people. One of the men whom I admire and respect a great deal is Rabbi Daniel Lapin. He's one that I do a lot of talking with about the theological aspect of what I discuss. I never record it, as you've heard me say in other recordings. I never speak it, I never write it until I've checked it out psychologically, theologically, and physiologically, because we are physical, mental, and spiritual. And unless we put them all together, then we're going to take too big a chance of being in error. Rabbi Lapin has this to say in his publication called Thought Tool. If we listen as others are maligned, in spite of our disinclination to believe what we hear, our relationship with the vilified individual is forever altered. In other words, we are involuntarily influenced by everything we hear. Harmless gossip does not exist. Listening to gossip can even leave us feeling dissatisfied with our spouse, children, employees, friends, or life in general. Speaking gossip usually leaves us feeling less worthy. Words penetrate to our souls and cannot be erased or ignored. In the Old Testament, in the book of Leviticus 19:14, it says, "Thou shalt not curse a deaf man." Well, now, if a deaf man can't hear, what's the damage? The damage is what is done to the individual who utters those words. See, acid destroys the vessel which contains it. Overcome your inhibitions, Rabbi Lapin says, about talking to yourself. Speak passionately to yourself. Prepare speeches by actually saying them out loud. A winning mindset is the consequence of hearing words that penetrate right to the core of personality. If we truly wish to believe something, we should tell it to ourselves audibly rather than think it silently. Our language should be so clean and so friendly that we could give our talkative parrot to the village priest or minister. So many times today, we hear people use what they perceive to be as adult language. Well, most of you know also that I'm guilty of using an enormous amount of adult language. Words like honesty and responsibility and optimistic and discipline and commitment, they're all adult language words. Decisive, dedicated, competent, dependable, consistent, punctual. Those are all adult words. I don't know where they ever got the idea that filth and vulgar words were adult. Actually, any 4-bit psychologist will tell you that that's the mark of an insecure, immature individual who does not know how to express themselves any other way. And they resort to cheap language, hoping that they can get somebody's attention in the process. Well, they do get their attention, but it is not a favorable attention. I use also, as all of you by now know, a tremendous number of 4-letter words. Words like hope and care and love and good and team and warm and free and able and kind and nice and wise and hero and help. And of course, one of my favorite 4-letter words is the word Gene. Now, most of you know that just happens to be that redhead I'm married to, so when I say that 4-letter word, I guarantee you it brings a smile to my face, and that's for sure. 4-letter words can be enormously helpful. Now, let me tell you what we just really did. As I used those words, pictures were being painted in your mind. When you hear the word hope, that's an honest, optimistic expectation, a confident expectation of things that are going to happen in the future. When I think of warm, that's a word that's important. The word here was up there. I have a friend out in California. He woke up one morning totally, completely, irreversibly stone deaf. That was many years ago. He said, Zig, the thing that I miss most in life today is the fact that I can never hear my wife, my children, or my grandchildren say to me, I love you. Most of us take things like that for granted on an everyday basis. Humor helps to build winning relationships. A person with a good sense of humor will not take themselves overly seriously. I love the story of a lady who was talking on the telephone, and after a few minutes she said, oh, you are trying to sell me something. Thank goodness. I thought you were trying to collect for all that stuff I've already bought. Or like the door-to-door salesman knocked on the door and was saying to the prospect, you make a down payment and then you don't make any more payments for 6 months. And the guy said, who told you? Now, a good sense of humor, I just believe, comes in handy. You want to build winning relationships, we need to be good finders. I love the example that Ted Engstrom uses in one of his books. A number of years ago at the University of Wisconsin, there were about 20 young men who were destined for greatness. There was no question about it. They were brilliant. They were writers, and they would get together, every week. They had a little club, and they would get together and talk about what they had written, and they would critique it. Now, when they got started, it was a friendly type thing, but it gradually turned into caustic criticism. As a matter of fact, they called themselves the Stranglers. Well, there were about 20 ladies there who decided that if those guys could get together like that, they were going to get together too. And they started critiquing each other, but there was a dramatic difference in the way they critiqued each other. If there was any kind of a criticism, it always carried a suggestion for improvement. They were encouraging each other. They called themselves, instead of the Stranglers, the Wranglers. Now, interestingly enough, nothing was ever heard from a single member of the Stranglers. But about 5 of the Wranglers, including Marjorie Kinnan Rawlings, who wrote the book The Yearling, went on to literary prominence. When you put those negative words in, that criticism, it does make a difference, a negative difference. We teach a program here in Dallas. It's called Born to Win. People have literally come from all over the world, and I mean all over the world. Everybody from the chairman of the board of Bethlehem Steel to 16-year-old students and everything in between. We had these 4 couples that attended. We encourage husbands and wives to come together. Has nothing to do with the marriage relationship per se, but hundreds of times I've seen couples arrive at each other's throat and walk out in each other's arms. They learn to understand and appreciate each other. They learn how to make friends with their mate. They learn to communicate with their mates. Well, these 4 couples were there. We have a little process. I'll lecture generally every day in the series, but most of the time is spent in groups of 7 around a little table. And they do a lot of participation. And every time anybody says or does anything, the other 6 write them a little note on a little pad we have called I like because. And then they give some specific observable behavior. I like Sally because she always has a word of encouragement for me. I like Bill because he's so friendly and outgoing. Or I like because in the business place they always bring their project in on time and under budget. Specific observable behavior. By the time we get through, each individual there has at least 100 of those. Now, what is the purpose of that? The purpose is to teach them to start looking for the good things in the other person. These 4 couples were so tremendously impressed that first night they went out to dinner in one of Dallas's most expensive restaurants. They hit the jackpot with a waiter. He'd been a waiter over 25 years. He was magnificent. He was there when he was needed, but he did not join the party. He was friendly, but not familiar. If there was a need, he instantly filled and met that need, disappeared so that they could enjoy each other's company. He contributed enormously to the enjoyment of the meal. When the 4 couples left, they left him a 25% tip. And I'm here to tell you that's a big tip in that restaurant. They also, each one of them, wrote him that little I like because. They walked out the front door, had gotten about 100 feet out, when all of a sudden they heard his voice. Wait a minute, folks, wait a minute. And he came running toward them. He was waving those 8 slips of paper. He drew a breath and he said, you know, I've been a waiter over 25 years. And then they said he could not continue. He literally started to weep. When he finally regained his composure, which they said seemed like forever, but it undoubtedly was just a few seconds, he said, in 25 years of being a waiter, this is the most beautiful, the most significant thing that has ever happened to me. I will never forget tonight. And with that, he turned and walked back into the restaurant. My good friend Calvert Robert from Phoenix, Arizona, says there are over 3 billion people on the face of this earth who go to bed hungry every night. But he said there are over 4 billion people on this earth who go to bed hungry every night for a word of appreciation, a word of encouragement, a compliment. Wouldn't it be a tragedy if one of those people was your wife or your husband, your mom or your dad, your brother or your sister, maybe the next door neighbor, maybe the person you work with every day, good person, good man, good woman, been there years and years, but for whatever reason, the last few months, everything that individual touches had just literally gone sour. One word of encouragement might mean a tremendous difference in that individual's life. Encouragement, given hope, is one of the most powerful tools we have at building winning relationships. About 6 years ago, I was doing a tour of Australia. We were in Melbourne. During one of the breaks, a lady came up to me and she said, Mr. Ziglar, I'm 32 years old. I have 2 little girls. They're 6 years old and 9 years old. I've been listening to your series on raising positive kids in a negative world. And she said, Mr. Ziglar, let me tell you, my 2 little girls had every psychological problem known to man. They've reverted back to infantile behavior. And she said, in your recording, the one I'm specifically referring to, you keep saying, tell your kids that you love them. If you don't tell them that you love them, they're going to grow up, get married, and have children, and then they won't tell their children they love them. Somebody's got to break the chain. But Mr. Ziglar, she said, I'm 32 years old. In my lifetime, I've never had a living, breathing human being say, I love you. But it was weird. She said, it seems that every time I put that particular tape on, it was always on that one specific spot. Tell your kids that you love them. One night, she said, we were sitting around in the den. I was seated on the sofa. My 6-year-old was at my feet. My 9-year-old was across the room. And she said, all of a sudden I remembered. And she said, I just literally blurted it out. Girls, I just want you to know I sure do love you. She said, my 6-year-old sprang up like she'd been on a spring. She threw her arms around my neck. She hugged me and kissed me and started crying. My 9-year-old immediately was across the room. She threw her arms around me and hugged me and kissed me. And by then, all 3 of us were crying. I don't know how long we cried. Might not have been but a couple of minutes. Might have been 5 or more minutes. All I know is that when we finished, we were totally and completely emotionally drained. And yet there was an exhilaration that we had never experienced before. My little girls and I determined that night that every morning and every night for the rest of our lives, when we were together, we would hug and kiss and tell each other how much we loved each other. But she said, you know, Mr. Ziglar, when I lay down that night, all of a sudden, that lifetime of bad habits and being negative started coming back in my mind. I had never been told myself. And she said, I was wondering, did what happen, was that just a blip on the screen of life? Or is it legitimately a hope that something can be done? Then all of a sudden she said, it hit me, I am the mother, I am the adult. It is my responsibility to take the action. And she said, I instinctively realized that you cannot make an overdraft on the bank of love all of your life and expect to bring the account up to date with one deposit, regardless of how big the deposit is. She said, I determined that come what may, the next morning I'd grab my little girls and I'd hug them and I'd kiss them and I'd tell them how much I loved them. And she said, Mr. Ziglar, I very quickly learned something. You can hug a dirty child. It's very difficult to hug a ramrod stiff girl. She said, that's the way they were the next morning. To tell you the truth, I was a little stiff too. But she said, I determined to keep it up. She said it took us 2 weeks before we ever started feeling relaxed and having a natural feeling for it. She said in about a month, we started adding a hug when we just bumped into each other accidentally. She said, Mr. Ziglar, in about 60 days after we got started, over 90% of all of those psychological problems had completely disappeared. 2,000 years ago, a Jewish scholar wrote his relatives in Corinth a love letter. Some say it's the most beautiful love letter ever written. He kind of wound it up by saying, love never fails. I believe he's right. Genuine love based on your interest in doing the right thing and the best thing for that other person. Now, please understand this. Sometimes you plant seeds that don't bring a harvest. That's part of life itself. Everybody that you're nice to are not necessarily going to be that nice to you. But that's their problem. It's not yours. And I'm convinced that over a period of time, when you persist in doing the right thing, that things are going to happen. Then, as I stated in another recording, there's something tremendously exciting that happens when you go out of your way to be nice to other people. The brain produces a certain chemical. It's called serotonin. Now, serotonin hits the system full force at about 10 o'clock in the morning. Most people, however, start their day a little earlier than 10 o'clock in the morning. If you want to jump-start it, unlike the government, you know, when the government talks about jump-starting the economy, they're just telling us we're going to have to get out and push. But when you're, when you want to jump-start the flow of that serotonin, what you do early in the morning is you do something nice for somebody else, as I've already said. And it literally activates that part that produces it. You feel better about yourself. Your image improves. You're energized as a direct result of it. Physiologically, things do happen. Now, this involves change. I love what my friend Ken Davis, who's a marvelous comedian, has to say. This young fellow was working at a restaurant or a store there, and he's ringing up sale after sale, you know, and the boss came along and said, well, how's it going? He said, well, it's going pretty good. I don't have trouble putting it in, and I don't have trouble getting it out. It's making the change that is the problem. Now, let me simply say that a lot of people hate to make changes. You get set in a way. And, you know, one definition of insanity is to think you can keep on doing the same thing and somehow or another get different results, as we've already discussed. How do you build winning relationships? Well, you create the correct environment. For example, you get up 30 minutes earlier. That's a tremendous step towards creating the right environment in your home, and that is significant. Why get up 30 minutes early? Because when you start your day in a dead run and run all day and end your day in a dead run, you don't really have the inclination to be as nice to people as you otherwise would. A 30-minute earlier start where you can be a little more casual can make a great deal of difference. If you're married or if you have children, where you send them off with something positive, a hug and a kiss, and then you re-enter the day, re-enter the arrangement or the relationship in a positive way. You know, so many times kids come home from school and they start griping and complaining about what happened. In most cases, they learned it from mom and dad, because when they've been coming in from work all these years, they greet each other, you know, you can't believe what that idiot I worked for did today. Or then say, you think that's a problem? Let me tell you about mine. And then we wonder why our kids are not all excited about going out and getting a job and going to work. Instead of doing that, make an absolute truce that when you get back together, it's going to be in a positive light. Husbands and wives, if it's the two of you, what happened to you today that's really exciting? Tell me about it. What was the best thing that happened? The kids come in and you say, well, what did you learn today? Or what happened that was the most fun thing? Or what are you learning that I'd like to know about? In other words, make it positive. Then, later that evening after dinner, when things are settled down, that's the time. I'm not advocating that you ignore the problem. The furthest thing I'm trying to do is say that. I'm saying delay serious discussion until after you've gotten back together. See, if the kids identify coming home as negative, they're going to go join a gang. If husbands and wife identify as coming back home as being a negative experience, that's when they start stopping off at the bar and doing other things. Let's create that environment that makes it true and makes it good. Now, let me also say this. If there is a difficulty between you and a person you love, you need to get it right as quickly as possible. You don't let it fester. One of my favorite people is Neil Jeffries. Neil was a quarterback for the Baylor Bears and led them to the Southwest Conference Championship. Neil, as some of you know, stutters. He's one of the most effective speakers I've ever heard in my life. He never let his condition become a problem. As a matter of fact, he used that condition the most effectively of anybody I have ever seen in my life. Neil was very, very close to his dad. His dad had certain rules and regulations, he and his mom did, about what time the guys were going to come in, from their dates and all. Well, Neil had always had that beautiful open relationship with his dad, and one night, he kind of stayed a little overtime, and on the way home, he realized he's going to be late, and he said, shucks, I'm already in trouble. He turned around and went back to spend a little more time with his girl, and he got home. It was a couple of hours later than he was supposed to be. Well, nobody was up and around. He sneaked up, and he was hoping, that his dad hadn't even noticed. It was Saturday night. Got up Sunday morning, went down to breakfast, hoping that he'd get there early and his dad wouldn't be up, and there was his dad. Not a word was said. Nothing was said on Monday. Nothing was said on Tuesday, but finally by Wednesday, Neil said he could no longer stand it. He went to his dad, and he said, Dad, here's what I did. I was wrong. Will you forgive me? The relationship was restored. The more quickly you do things like that, folks, the more easily the relationship is going to be rebuilt. In dealing with people, including our children, I love the little example that happened to me. A family picked me up in Cleveland, Ohio. It was the Mezzi family. There were David and Jane Mezzi, and they have two beautiful children. One is a little guy who's a first grader, that's Gregory, and Brian is a sixth grader. Brian probably has the vocabulary of at least a ninth grader, maybe a 10th or 11th grader. We were on our way to the restaurant, and Brian spoke up and he said, Dad said if you'll cut left right here, you will miss some of the traffic and we can get there sooner. Well, when he said that, David said, well, Brian, that's a good thought. Thank you for giving it to me. But he said, I have already calculated in my own mind that the way we're now going is a more direct route. I believe we can get there faster this way, but thank you very much for your suggestion. It was a good one. Now, that's what I call an authoritative response. See, the authoritarian individual, whether it's in the workplace or at home, says you do it because I said do it, that's why. Or you do it because that's the way we've always done it. The authoritative person, which is what David was, simply says we're going to do it this way, and let me explain why. You see, David was courteous to his son. He showed respect to his son. He gave him a logical explanation, simply saying, I've already thought this one through, and here's why this one would be better. But then he thanked his son. Now, I don't need to tell you, they have a tremendous relationship between the two of them. Husband and wives relationships are, of course, the most important ones. I love what Sidney Harris says. The only way to understand a woman is to love her, and then it isn't necessary to understand her. You know, us fellas laugh about this a whole lot. We say, you know, women understand women. They don't like each other. We don't understand them, and we just love them. I know that's the way. That's certainly the way I feel about my redhead. Now, the best way to build a lifetime relationship is make your mate your best friend. You know, there's some things you'd never say about your best friend. You'd never do to your best friend. Now, maybe your mate, but you'd never do and say something like that to your best friend. Make your mate your best friend, and then, ladies and gentlemen, the relationship will be much better. Isn't it ironic? The technology that we have today is so enormously effective. And yet the irony, you know, we've got all of the faxes and the computers and the walk-around telephone and everything else. All the technology to communicate, and yet communication individually, one-on-one, is a bigger problem today than it has ever been. Interestingly enough, in primitive societies also, as an aside, they don't have any timepieces, but they have lots of time. In our society, we have incredible numbers of timepieces, but somehow or another, we don't have any time. In the family relationship, I encourage you to pick up the Atlantic Monthly, the April 1993 issue. The headline simply said, Dan Quayle was right. Now, what's they talking about? They're talking about the importance of the family. And he's specifically talking, in this particular case, Barbara Whitehead is the author. It's a lengthy article, but I can guarantee you, you would enjoy reading it. The importance of the family is spelled out here. In single-parent families, the children raised there are 6 times as likely to be poor. They're 2 to 3 times as likely to have behavioral and emotional problems. They're far more likely to quit school, get pregnant, abuse drugs, or get in trouble with the law. 70% of the juveniles in state reform facilities are from fatherless homes. And the chances of being physically or sexually abused are 40 times as great as they are in the 2-parent, natural parent family. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean the step-parent is the one who does the abusing. But there's something in society that a lot of times where there is the father and the mother, there's a respect that is shown that otherwise is not. Now, having said that, let me come back and say something that I want to make crystal clear. I never say anything with the purpose of hanging a guilt trip on anybody. As I've already said twice in this series, 99% of the people do what they do when they do it based on the information they have at that time and the circumstances that existed at that time. The reason I'm saying this in this particular recording is the fact that we want to start today and make it just as attractive in the future as is possible. I was raised by a single mother. My wife was raised by a single mother. They were both widowed when we were very, very small. Now, in order to build successful relationships, it does take some time. Let me simply say that we seem to have had a lot of time before we got married to do a lot of talking. And isn't it funny, after we got married, we don't seem to have any time or inclination to talk. Conversation is so important. Let me read you what I think is one of the most profound things I have ever seen. Now, some of this is in my series, Courtship After Marriage. J. Allen Peterson is one of my favorite writers. Winning relationships are built on trust and honesty, especially between a husband and wife. Let me read you what Dr. Peterson says. The enemy. Lying to anyone has the strange effect of turning that person into an enemy. So when we lie to ourselves, we become our own worst enemy. In the tender intimacy of love, we find deep pleasure in opening our hearts to another and telling the truth. But when we feel the necessity of lying to the one we love, this one who trusts us implicitly, we're trapped in a double bind. The boomerang comes back. This is the predicament of the unfaithful husband who still loves his wife. When he comes back, he wants to restore the closeness with her, but he can't tell her what he has done, so he lies again. And the lie that protects him from her anger and rejection at the same time robs him of the tender intimacy he longs for. He can't open his heart to her, even though every thought must be monitored, every word weighed. Fear grips him lest a lapse of memory betray him. He is indeed his own worst enemy. When God said, "Do not commit adultery," He knew exactly what He was doing. Adultery ends in humiliation, heartache, and revenge. From the hundreds I've counseled, I know this to be true. Now, I don't need to tell you that you can simply substitute wife in there, and it is just as applicable, and unfortunately, that too is going on. We do not live in a low-rent district. I promise you, we do not. And yet, the only street my wife feels absolutely safe in walking on is the main thoroughfare that's just about 100 yards from our front door. Why? Because there have been some crime and abuse and rape take place right there in that neighborhood. All of us are affected by it. And that's the reason I believe that what I'm now going to say can make a dramatic difference if we will take it to heart. Bill Glass is a good friend of mine. Bill is a former All-Pro end for the Cleveland Browns. He does crusades in prisons all over America. 350 plus prisons he's been in. He's literally had one-on-one conversations with thousands and thousands and thousands of inmates. In 100% of the cases for the men, and over 90% of the cases for the women who are incarcerated, they hated their father. 100% of the men, over 90% of the women. Over 90% of them had been sexually abused or physically abused in that relationship. Now, these statistics are absolutely mind-boggling. In the state of Florida, Bill says, there are 40,000 people who are incarcerated. 13 of them are Jews. I teach a large Sunday school class on occasion. I gave that data at a recent class. Colonel Wells, a former United States Marine, came up to me when it was over, and he said, "Mr. Ziglar," he said, "the last 3 years I was in the Marine Corps, I was in charge of the prison system where the Navy and Marine prisoners were. 36,000 prisoners came through during my 3 years there. One of them was a Jew." I was speaking up in Little Rock, Arkansas in June of 1993. I gave that data. A gentleman came up to me, gave me his card, and he said, "I'm with the prison system in the state of Arkansas. We have 8,000 people incarcerated. One of them is a Jew. And that particular one happens to be my clerk, which is probably the highest trusted job in the whole deal." Ellis McDougall was in charge of the prisons in the state of Arizona for several years. He has personally trained 4 state directors in charge of prisons throughout the country. He has trained over 20 wardens of major prisons in America. He's a very knowledgeable person. At this time, he is running several private prisons. I called Ellis the other night, and I said, "Ellis, let me ask you a question." And I gave him that data. I said, "Now, you are very familiar with it nationally through all of the meetings. What's been your experience?" He said, "Zig, I don't have the exact figure, but," he said, "I can tell you it is dramatically lower than Gentiles and everybody else." And the question then comes up as to why. Here's what Bill Glass says. It goes back many, many years ago to the days of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now, the Jewish fathers did something then and do it to this day that they believe makes the difference. They say to their sons, "Bless you, my son," and "I love you, my son," and then they always seal it with a big old hug. Their family structure, you know, is very tight. What they do in that family is enormously important. Now, the Jewish community also, they support each other. I was told the other night, for example, when somebody gets in financial trouble, they will help bail that individual out, particularly if the person is on the verge of doing something that is illegal and would send them into prison. Interestingly enough, women seldom have any trouble, though it is happening tragically more and more, have any trouble saying to their sons, "I love you." They don't have any trouble hugging them. But that father and son, that macho man, especially when the guy gets a little older, they're a little hesitant to do that sort of thing. Well, when I heard Bill tell the story of his 285-pound son, 33 years old, formerly played in the National Football League. One time when they was together, Bill just grabbed him and hugged him and said, "Son, I sure do love you." And he said his son looked at him and said, "Thanks, Dad. I needed that." I got a confession to make. I have 3 daughters and a son. I love my son every bit as much as I love my daughters. And yet over a period of time, I had gotten in the habit of not saying to my son, "I love you, son." He's 28 years old. He works with us. He's married. And yet I never end a phone conversation, or I never see one of my girls, that one of us, and it's a split about 50-50, one of us initiates it, "Sure do love you." And we hug just a whole lot. And when Bill was telling me about all of this, I realized that I had to do something about it. 2 days later, my son and I were playing golf. We got back to the house. We were moving his clubs from my car over to his. And we were getting ready to leave. And I said, "Son, I need to tell you something." I said, "Over the years, I found that less and less I have said to you how much I love you. And I just want you to know, son, I love you very much. You're very important to me." With just a tear in his eye, my son said, "Dad, I know that." And I said, "I know you know it, son, but you needed to hear me say it." And he gave me a big old hug. My son and I have been closer from that moment. We're doing a lot of hugging now. We've been closer since then than ever before. It's that physical touch. It's that verbal expression. Because you see, when you eliminate violence, if that son knows his father really does love him, then a lot of the anger and frustration is not going to be there. He's going not to break the laws like he does before. Fathers, if you're no longer with your children, when you get with them, let me encourage you, don't be as concerned about taking them a toy or taking them to the ball game or entertaining them. Spend every moment you possibly can talking with them, telling them how much you love them, showing them how much you love them. It'll make a bigger difference in their lives by far. Because regardless of the cause of divorce, we know that many, many, many of the kids somehow or another have rationalized that part of it is their fault. If I'd done something, Mom and Dad would not have separated. They need the assurance that it was between you and Mom. Always build your mate up. Always. Because that mate has a relationship with your child. And that relationship is so important. I believe with all my heart that a lot of hugging, a lot of talking, a lot of time will make a tremendous difference in the life of you and your family. Buy that idea. Put it into practice. Because if you do, I really will see you at the top.
Welcome to another Simon & Schuster audio presentation. More than 30 years ago, a young man from Yazoo City, Mississippi made his first sales presentation. He was broke, he was scared, and he nearly failed. Today, that man, Zig Ziglar, is one of the most successful salesmen in the country. He's set records wherever he's been, in whatever he's sold. Zig's story begins wherever salesperson starts, with that first knock on the door, that first phone call. He succeeded where others failed only when he made a study of the reasons why people buy or don't buy a product. His years of experience are now before you. You're listening to Zig Ziglar's Secrets of Closing the Sale. In this private lesson, Zig Ziglar will teach you how to close in all kinds of sales situations and with all kinds of prospects. He'll teach you how to develop an instinct for closing, plus lots of ways to overcome objections. But you're going to hear something much more important than just the how-tos. Zig will show you why selling is something you do for the prospect, and not to them. He will show you how to become an assistant buyer, helping your customers solve their problems, first, last, and always. You'll learn how to communicate your enthusiasm about your product or service so well that a prospect will believe you, will trust you, and will act. You'll learn how to sell with honesty, integrity, and great humor. Good selling doesn't come naturally. It's a learned skill. So let's get going. Zig begins now by telling us how he learned a few things from his wife. She used 4 important closes with success: the snooker, the ownership, the embarrassment, and the affordable close. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Zig Ziglar live.
My goodness. Thank you so very much. In 1968, we moved to Dallas, Texas. At that time, I was working with a specific company, and I was teaching a sales and motivation class for them 6 days a week from 9 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock in the evening. I was as busy as I have ever been in my life. The family was living there in the motel. Now, rather obviously, you cannot have 3 daughters, a son, and your wife staying in a motel very long and survive financially, not to mention all of the inconveniences and everything else. So we had to have a house. Well, I was so busy, I literally did not have time to go house hunting, so the redhead and I discussed at great length the house. Incidentally, when I talk about my wife, I refer to her as the redhead. She is, as many of you know, a decided redhead, meaning simply that one day she just decided, to be a redhead. When I talk about her, that's what I call her. When I talk to her, I call her Sugar Baby. Her name is Jean. So a lot of people ask if she does have a name. Well, anyhow, she and I were talking about a house. And for those of you who are in the real estate business, you'll appreciate this fact. We made a definite decision as to how much we were going to invest in the house. I mean, we explored it from one end to another and came up with a reasonable figure. Now, I know it was reasonable because the redhead explained that it was reasonable. Personally, I thought it looked like the foreign aid bill of the world. But we arrived at the decision, everything's all set. I thought. And then at the last minute she said, honey, she said, suppose I find the dream house. I mean, exactly what we've always dreamed of owning. How much more could we invest? Now that brings on a whole new conversation. I mean, that opens a brand new keg of worms, so to speak. And so we explored it back and forth, and we finally agreed that if she found exactly what she wanted, the lifetime solution to all of our housing needs forever and ever and ever, truly the dream house of all dream houses, we could invest another $20,000. Now, I know as you listen to this recording, and you say to yourself, another $20,000, boy, that dude sounds like the last of the big spenders. But let me tell you something. In 1968, for $20,000 in Dallas, Texas, you could build an additional 2,000 square feet of floor space. Now, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, today, you can build a reasonably nice patio. Provided it's not too big or too fancy, But in 1968, things were different, so we said, okay, we'll go another $20,000. Well, she went house hunting, and I got to give that redhead credit. She really hunted. I mean, she carefully, thoroughly, meticulously looked at 2 houses. When she walked in the front door of that second house, it was all over. That was it. I mean, house hunting is now over. When I got back that evening to the room, slightly after 9 o'clock, she was seated there on the king-size bed, and the bed was vibrating. I mean, she was excited. She hopped up, she ran over to me, gave me a big old kiss and a big old hug, and she said, honey, I have found our dream house. It is absolutely magnificent. Out in the north end of town in North Dallas, great big lot there, honey. And the house itself has 4 beautiful bedrooms, has 3.5 baths, and it has a great big den on a great big lot. Plenty of room out in the backyard for that swimming pool of yours, and a great big garage. I said, honey, wait a minute. How much does that house cost? Oh, she said, honey, you'll have to see it. But she said, let me tell you, those cathedral ceilings in it are absolutely beautiful. And that garage, I started to tell you, has plenty of room, not only for the 2 cars, but all of our tools. And there's an 11 by 11 spot in there, ideal for that little office you've been dreaming about, so you can do your writing. And she said, honey, the master bedroom is so big, we got to get us a riding vacuum cleaner. She said, I'll tell you, that is some more house. And I said, sweetheart, how much does that house cost? And she told me. And it was $18,000. More than the maximum, which was already $20,000 more than we had any business spending. I said, sweetheart, you know, perfectly good and well, we can't buy a house like that. She said, well, I know that, honey. But she said, you know, we don't know the first thing about real estate in Dallas. So I did invite the builder to come by tomorrow evening when you finish teaching your class and take us out so you could see it and we could kind of get a benchmark as to what real estate really was here in Dallas. And I said, well, I'll be glad to go out, but you can rest assured there's no way we're going to be able to buy a house like that. She said, well, don't worry about it. When we pulled into the driveway the next evening, I knew I had a problem. It was exactly what I wanted. I mean, a beautiful home on a really nice lot in a nice area of town, very quiet and all the good stuff, you know. And when we walked in the front door, I knew I was in bad trouble. Now, the reason I knew I was in bad trouble because had I been an architect, that home was laid out exactly as I would have laid out a home. I mean, it was absolutely gorgeous. And at that point, I did to that redhead what your prospects have been doing to you all of your sales life and will continue to do to you all of your sales life, regardless of how long you stay in it. Even though I was excited about that house, even though I badly wanted it, I acted as if I had no interest whatever. Now this leads us into what I call the snooker close. You see, everybody, in every transaction, you make a sale. Either you, the salesperson, sells a prospect that they can and should buy, or they sell you that they can't or won't buy. Now, this first close actually has to do with the fact that the prospect often is the better salesman, as you'll notice I deal with throughout this series. Well, what I'm talking about when I say the snooker close, I acted as if I had no interest for one very simple reason, and so does your prospects act the same way. You see, I was scared to death that if I displayed any interest, that redhead and that builder would gang up on me and put the pressure on me to buy something I already wanted to buy, was scared I was going to buy, and knew I had no business buying because of the price involvement there. So what did I do? A perfectly natural defensive mechanism. I became a grunter for the rest of the evening. You know, I just, I just acted as if I had no interest whatever. Now, when we walked in the front door of that house, now I'm not going to accuse that redhead of mine of ever having any dramatic training. As a matter of fact, I know she hasn't. I don't think. But as we walked in, there's a nice chandelier in the entranceway. And she stopped, it must have been for something like 3/5 of a second. And she was turned slightly to the sideways. She just glanced up, paused instantly, and moved on. Message delivered. Message received. When we walked into the den, she said, now look, honey, isn't this absolutely gorgeous? See how big it is? We can put this big king-size sofa over here, and we'll set the television set over here. And now we get into what I call the ownership close, because all of a sudden, everything gets to being mine. She said, look at this fireplace, honey. When you sit here in front of your television set on Sunday afternoon watching the Cowboys play, watching your fireplace burn, she said, it's really going to be an exciting occasion. See how monstrous it is? And then look over here, you can put all of your books in your bookcase right here next to the fire. Oh, everything gets to be mine. That's the ownership close. You see, if you will, in fact, begin to paint your prospects into owning whatever it is that you're selling, you're going to be way, way ahead of the game. Paint them in the picture of satisfaction and gratification, but you are assuming something, and we'll get into the assumptive close in many different ways throughout the series, but you begin to assume something. Well, the redhead is conducting this tour, and the first thing she did is she ran then right on back to the master bedroom. She said, see, honey, how big I told you it was. We can We put the king-size bed over here. You know the table and chairs that we have? You know how you and I like to get up in the morning early and have that cup of coffee? We can sit there right over here. And look at your closet. Why, honey, even as messy as you are, there's plenty of room for everything. And look out here. And she opened the back door. You see, I've already measured it. Right out here, we'll put one end of that air-shaped swimming pool you've been talking about, and the other end is going to be right down here. You see, we go in the garage. See how big I told you the garage was? And here's the place where that office is going to be. I've already measured it out. It'll be right here. And here's the guest bedroom. You know, Susie's going to be grown up and gone one of these first days, and we've always wanted a guest bedroom. Here it is. Well, over and around there. She must have toured the house 3 times to show me everything. Finally, she got through and she said, well, what do you think? Well, what you going to say? I mean, unless you're going to be totally obnoxious, and I'm not about to treat that redhead that way, you got to admit that it's beautiful. So I said, well, sweetheart, it's absolutely gorgeous. I love it. But you know perfectly good and well that we can't buy a house like that. And she said, well, I know that, honey. She said, I just wanted you to see something really nice. She said, now, we'll go look at something cheap. There wasn't much else said about the house that evening. We went back to the motel, went to bed, went to sleep, got up the next morning. I was in the bathroom brushing my teeth, and I know you'll agree that when you got a mouthful of toothbrush, you're handicapped. You know, at least from a conversational point of view. So she casually strode in and started asking questions. And if you'll notice, in the world of selling, questions are so critically important. And as she walked in, she said, honey, how long are we going to live in Dallas? 100 years. She said, how long? And I pulled my toothbrush out of my mouth and I said, 100 years. I said, I'm 42 years old, going to live to be 142. We'll be here 100 years. She said, no, I mean really. I said, I mean really too. She said, then you obviously think we're going to be here 30 years. I said, you can absolutely guarantee it. We're going to be here 30 years. She said, honey, 30 years, and there's $18,000. See, she forgot about the $20,000. She forgot about the original price. She forgot about the insurance, the finance, and she forgot about all of those other things. She said, 30 years, $18,000. How much more is that a year? I said, well, that's $600 a year. She said, how much is that a month? I said, well, sweetheart, that's $50 a month. She said, how much is that a day? I said, now, come on, sweetheart. I said, your arithmetic just as good as mine. You know perfectly good and well that's about $1.70 or 75 cents a day. But I said, why do you ask all these questions? And she said, honey, could I ask you just one more question? And now, you know, I had a distinct feeling. There she stood, all 5'1" of her, with that little twinkle in her eyes, which in so many words were saying, look out, honey, you're just about to get it. And I knew I was being had. But the interesting thing about sales technique, if it's effective, in the hands of a good person, if you've communicated properly, there's not a whole lot that can be done about it, even if you wanted to do something about it. And see, that brings up a point I don't want you to miss, because what we as salespeople must understand always is that if the prospect has a problem, they want to solve it. You see, we're not there in an adversary position, as I'll describe in a moment or two. But they have a problem, they want to solve that problem, and so there she stands, all 5'1" of her, you know, with that look out, honey, you're fixing to be had look in her face, you know, and in her eyes. And the next question she asked simply was this, honey, would you give another $1.70 or 75 cents a day to have a happy wife instead of just a wife? Guess where we live? Now, you see, the interesting thing is that this story, which is true, and this story involves there what I call the embarrassment close. You see, when she was talking there about, now we'll go look at something cheap, and now she's talking about, would you give another $1.70 or 75 cents? You don't think for a minute that she was trying to embarrass me into getting it, do you? But before you answer, let me simply say that the results were the same. Now, I know her motives are pure, but I also know that she wanted that house. I also want to communicate to you that the sales process is a constant closing process. And I want to point out a number of very significant lessons as we go through this procedure. The first thing that I want to particularly point out is the fact that she, in that process of showing me that it was affordable, she had done some things which I think are important for you to understand. So let's look at the lessons in addition to the closes which we've already dealt with. First lesson is the fact that she translated. That simply is to break it down into an affordable amount. You see, that is so important. You've got to make it easy for that prospect to buy. And if you can make it easy for that prospect to buy, then rather obviously your chance of making that sale is going to be dramatically improved. And so as we go about the translation, the second lesson, after you get it translated to fit your own situation, the second lesson that the redhead teaches us is that she became hard of hearing. She never once heard me say we can't afford it. She never once heard me say, well, you know, this is out of our price range. She never once heard all of those things. She wasn't about to listen to any negative talk about what she couldn't have when she'd already made up her mind that she wanted something significant. Now, I want you also to understand that a lot of times when a prospect says we're not interested, what they are really saying at that point is, I'm not going to give you my big stack of money for your little stack of benefits. And so what we've got to do is understand and translate what the benefits are to them, because if the benefits are high enough, then the sale gets to be easier and easier and easier. The third lesson is that the redhead never became defensive. She never became argumentative. She was never antagonistic. Instead, she was lovingly and enthusiastically optimistic from the word go that she was going to make the sale. There's something else, too. She was confident in me. And in a way, it was quite complimentary that she was confident that I could go out and make more sales or get more speaking engagements, and so consequently I could handle the bigger payment. So really, I took it as that after she had carefully explained it to me. Fourth lesson, she asked lots of questions which led me to the decision. Now, one point which many people seem to miss is the fact that every professional, whether they are accountants or tax consultants or doctors or lawyers, ask an awful lot of questions. It's called the Socratic method of leading people to decisions. One of the most frustrating things that we as salespeople ever encounter is when we have gotten so close to a sale, and we know we should have made the sale. We have convinced them that it's fairly priced. We've convinced them of its quality. We've convinced them it can perform. We have convinced them of everything. We've convinced them, but we still leave without a sale. There's a difference between convincing and persuading. Now the question is, how do you persuade people? And the answer is, you don't persuade them by telling, you persuade them by asking. And that's what this really is all about. How do you ask people in order to persuade them? Now, the fifth lesson that I want to bring out on this particular thing is she understood what her mission was. Exactly, she knew what it was. It was to make an $18,000 sale. Now, my listening friends, let me encourage you now, be all ears in case you've drifted even for a minute now. Become all ears, please, because she made an $18,000 sale. She knew that was her objective. You might say, well, surely the house costs more than that. It cost a lot more than that. But she had the objective of an $18,000 sale because before she had ever left the room, she and I discussed it. She had already made the initial sale with a full amount. She had already sold me on the other $20,000. Now, why should you try to make that sale again? It's all set. She had to make an $18,000 sale. Now, that's psychologically very important because, you see, an $18,000 sale in the mind of the salesperson is considerably easier to make than one that's 10 times that big or 5 times that big or whatever. The sixth lesson I want to bring out is the prospect was well known by the salesperson in this case. I was the prospect, the redhead was a salesperson. Now, obviously, you cannot learn as much about every prospect you deal with as she knew about me. The point is still the same. You need to learn as much as you can about your prospects before you see them, particularly if you are selling something of significance as far as price and values are concerned. Lesson number 7 in this story is simply this. When we left Columbia, South Carolina and moved to Dallas, I said to the redhead, sweetheart, there are 3 things which I want in a house. Now, you can do everything else, but there are 3 things I want. First of all, I want a swimming pool. Second, I want a circle drive for convenience sake. And third, I want a small office in that house so I can do my writing. Now, the house we bought in Dallas, Texas had a lot of things. But there were 3 things that house did not have. Now, is there anybody here in this live audience today who can guess as to the 3 things that house did not have? That's exactly right. No swimming pool, no office, no circle drive. But that was not a problem. And here is a point that you want to burn into your mind wherever you go, whatever you sell. A lot of people don't know what to want because they don't know what's available. Have you ever gone in a store looking for a pink dress and walked out with a gray suit? Have you ever walked in a shoe shop looking for a pair of slides and left with a pair of pumps? Did you ever go in looking for a navy blue suit and left with a brown suede sport coat? Have you ever, in other words, went in looking for one thing and bought something else? I think everybody here has done exactly that. Now, what happened in this particular case is very simple. The redhead pointed out to me by measurement exactly where that swimming pool was going to go. She pointed out exactly where the office was going to go, and she pointed out exactly where the circle drive was going to go, but she took it one step further. She said, honey, isn't it nice that we're going to be able to design our own instead of having to depend on some architect or builder who didn't really know what we wanted? Isn't that great? You see, she took what appeared to be a lemon and made it into a lemonade with a little creative imagination there, and I believe you'll agree that is a significant point we need to understand.
Zig Ziglar continues his introduction to salesmanship by explaining the 5 reasons people won't buy and how to overcome those reasons. There's a lot of good common sense ahead, plus some great closes, like The Bride, Want It, Alternate Choice, and the Now or Never close. Here's Zig.
Now, there are 5 basic reasons why your prospect will not buy from you. That's no need, no money, no hurry, no desire, and no trust. Now, because those are so critically important, you need to really explore them in a little more depth. First is no need. Well, let me emphasize that people don't buy just what they need. If they did, our economy would be in a shambles. How big a house do you really need? How many clothes do you really need? How many suits? How many dresses? How many skirts? How many blouses? How many cars do you really need? Are you eating more food than you really need to eat? How many pairs of shoes do you need? How much vacation do you really need? How many television sets do you really need? Now, when the question comes up, what do you need? The answer is we don't sell just what people need. We sell people what they want. Now, how effective will you be at? Well, who drives the nicest car? The man who sells a Mercedes or the man who sells bread? I think that answers the question in your own mind as to who is going to be selling the most of what. In other words, what I'm really saying is very simply that if we had to depend on what people needed, then we would be selling very little. Fortunately, we sell people what they want. Many times when the prospect says no, N-O, they say it because they do not know, K-N-O-W, enough. So no because they don't know. Now, if you will remember, in the prospect's mind, he's got a pair of scales. And he's using these scales to make the decision. And when he starts out listening to what you've got to say, in his mind, the price is sky high. And the benefit or value is way low. Now, he is not going to give you a big stack of money, in his mind that is, for a little stack of value. Now, there is no way you're going to get the price down to his value at that point. If you do, a lot of bankrupt companies will tell you what happens. A lot of bankrupt salespeople will tell you what happens. So what you've got to do is you've got to change the value of what you're offering by giving them additional information. And we will deal with that at great length before the series is over. So understand when they say no, it's because they don't. K-N-O-W. Second reason people don't buy is they don't have any money. Now, there are some people who really do not have any money. And I don't care how much persuasion you use, you're not going to manufacture. But let me ask you a question. And incidentally, I don't want to disillusion any of you, particularly if you are new in the world of selling. But some people who've said no to you, how many of you had a kind of sneaky underlying suspicion that that dude is lying to you? Could I see your hands? Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. A lot of them who say they don't have the money actually do have the money, but they just simply are not saying, I have the money for you. Let me give you a little close. I call it the wanted close, which happened to me not too long after I got in the world of selling. I was up in the little town of Lancaster, South Carolina, in a rural area, the Beaufort community, about 8 miles out of town, headed east. And I put on a demonstration for a Funderburg family. They were chicken farmers. I mean, they raised chickens for a living. I had put the demonstration on, and I had a chance to plunder through their cabinets. They had 3 or 4 couples in, and I'd cooked them a meal. This was just a small one. And in plundering around the cabinets, I discovered they literally had nothing to cook in. I don't know how they even survived. An old beat-up agate pot there, a black skillet that, it wasn't the old iron skillet even, it was just a black skillet. A boiler there, an aluminum boiler without any handle. It was terrible. And I tried, after the demonstration, we normally have made the sale or we've missed the sale, and it's a question of finding out exactly what they need and making the terms or arranging the terms for them to buy. Well, I made the presentation and I tried for well over an hour to close the sale. Normally I never stayed anything like that long, but I tried for over an hour. Mrs. Funderburg kept saying, can't afford it, no money, can't afford it, no money. Sounded like a broken record. That was all she could say. Can't afford it. Well, I don't know whether I said it or she said it or who said it, but something was said about fine china. I'll tell you, when the word fine china was spoken, Mrs. Funderburg's eyes lighted up like the proverbial light bulb. She said, do you have fine china? I said, Miss Funderburg just happens to be the finest in the whole world. She said, do you have any with you? I said, you are in luck. Well, quicker than a bunny rabbit, I scooted out to the car. I brought my china samples in, and all I had to do was show the patterns and let her choose the one she wanted. And she gave me an order for china without the first objection, and it was considerably larger than the order for the cookware, which I'd been desperately trying to sell. Now, let me tell you something. That lady desperately needed a set of cookware. Desperately. I would suspect, based on their lifestyle and their home and the friends who had been over and everything else, I would suspect that that lady will use that set of china maybe once a year, if that often. But don't ever overlook something. All of her life she had wanted a set of fine china. And when people find exactly what they want, somehow or another they're going to scare up the money and make the arrangements in order to get it. You see what I'm really saying? The key to selling more is to uncover the real reason why they are not buying, and then discover the underlying reason or what they really want in life, and you can sell a lot more. Now, Miss Funderburg bought for 3 basic reasons. Number 1 is the fact that she wanted it very badly. And also, I got to give myself a little credit. I was listening carefully and looking at her eyeballs. And when something was said about China and she lighted up, I instantly tuned in on exactly what she wanted. And the second, because I had been working in that community for well over a year, she had come to trust me. She knew me before I got there. She trusted me as a person. I believe that's another reason that she bought. And then the third reason was I was courteously persistent in my role as a probing assistant buyer. Had I folded my tent too quickly, the prolonged discussion never would have brought out her need for china. In other words, there's one reason right there why we do not need to throw in the towel at the first sign of resistance. We need, as I will say later, to be pleasant and polite and professional, but persistence is a legitimate approach. Now, realistically, this is a sales point I don't want you to miss. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say this is profound. And when I say it is profound, you really want to tune those ears in because it's profound. People buy what they want. when they want it more than they want the money it costs. And that's very simple, but it also is very profound. People buy what they want when they want it more than they want the money which that product costs. And then there's the third reason people don't buy, and we call this the bride clothes. It's the no-hurry clothes. Many people basically are procrastinators. A lot of people just simply are not decision makers. And so when the prospect says they're just not in a hurry, what do you mean I got to buy today? I'm 39 years old. I've lived all of my life without it. Are you not going to close a store, are you? I mean, you're not just passing through town, are you? Why should I buy today? Well, after you have covered a reasonable amount of territory, and you're still not making any progress, I discovered many years ago that this little approach was very effective. When the sale was apparently lost, I'd kind of fold my briefcase, fold my hands in a rate, and say, well, you know, maybe you're right. Maybe it is best that you wait. Because any time you make a decision to invest in something, it obviously is going to cost you money. And there's always a possibility of loss. I know a couple of things in my life I probably would have been better off had I waited. I know when we got married, had we waited just another 20 years, we could have had a honeymoon to have ended all honeymoons. I know when we started our family, that was a mistake because children cost money. Had we waited just another 15 or 20 years, we could have given those kids everything. I know when we bought our first house, that was probably a mistake because in another 30 or 40 years, we could really have built us a mansion. The problem, Mr. Prospect, with waiting until everything is just right before you do anything is you might end up like this poem I read. The bride, white of hair, is stooped over her cane. Her footsteps, uncertain, need guiding. While down the opposite church aisle, with a wan, toothless smile, the bridegroom in wheelchair comes riding. Now, who is this elderly couple thus wed? Well, you'll find when you've closely explored it that here is that rare, most conservative pair who waited till they could afford it. Mr. Prospect, if we wait until all the lights are on green before we head for town, you're going to spend the rest of your life right here at home. The Chinese put it this way: a journey of 1,000 leagues begins with a single step. You and I both know that ownership of this product begins with a decision to own the product. Actually, the only decision you have to make at this moment is whether or not you can handle the first payment. You've already indicated that that's no problem for you. Now, since you want it and since you can get it started, can you think of any reason why you should not, at this moment, treat you and your family as well as you deserve to be treated? Which leads us into the alternate of choice, clothes. If you're in direct sales, you can then simply smile and say, shall I ask the company to ship it immediately? Or would you prefer that we delay shipment for 3 weeks? If you happen to be working in a retail establishment or a sales service center, you can simply smile and ask, would you like to take it with you or should we send it out? And in simplest term, that is what alternate of choice is. Let him choose between something and something, never between something and nothing. Now, the fourth reason your prospect will not buy from you is because they don't have a desire to own it. Now, this for me is the most difficult of them all. It is beyond my wildest imagination to even begin to be able to understand or comprehend how anybody could even think about considering discussing the possibility of not wanting what I sell. If you really are puzzled as to why anybody would not want to buy your product, then you are on the right track. It's hard for me to understand why anybody would not want what I sell. But this leads us into what I call the now or never close. Never will I forget, and again, this is another cookware story. I was working in the little community of Elgin, South Carolina, again, just a couple of years after I entered the world of selling. And I demonstrated for a widow one morning. We had what we call a cake and applesauce program. We'd go door to door and I'd bake a little cake. It only took 7 minutes, and I'd cook a little pan of apples to demonstrate what our set of cookware would do. This lady let me in. I demonstrated for her. When I got through, I started to close, and she asked the price, and of course I shared that with her. And when I told her the price, I'll tell you, she just about screamed, "Oh, Mr. Ziglar. Ooh, that's a lot of money." I mean, she really went into the details. And then she started explaining to me why she could not buy that set of cookware. She said, "I'm a widow." She said, "I live here by myself. My son lives in that house right there in the front yard." She said, "I eat breakfast with him every morning." She said, "I have lunch over at the mill." And she said, "I don't eat any dinner." She said, "The only time I would ever use that set of cookware is on Sunday." And she said, "I'm getting close to retirement age, and all I'll have is just a few dollars in retirement, a little Social Security." And she said, "I got to save every dime I can get." And she said, "That set of cookware is expensive." She had given me every reason known to man why she could not buy that set of cookware. Along about then, my spirits were pretty well dragging. Fortunately, I kept a smile on my face because the lady kept talking. Said the most beautiful words I've ever heard. But she said, "Mr. Ziglar, all of my life, I wanted a really nice, matched set of cookware. And if I don't get it right now, I'll never get it." She bought. Now, when I talk about the now or never close, I really think in terms of, wouldn't it be unfortunate if our belief in what we sell was not at least as deep as the belief and desire and conviction of the prospect that we're calling on. You see, that belief is transferred. If we really believe in what we're selling, then we are going to have a much better chance of making that sale. When I think about desire, I want to also tie into here another profound statement for salespeople. Remember in the world of selling that the fear of loss is greater than the desire for gain. Until that morning, I thought I'd believed in what I was selling. But until I encountered a lady who had dreamed of it all of her life, I really did not fully comprehend what belief in a product was. Now, the fifth reason that people do not buy is because they do not trust us. But now, how do you become trustworthy? By being the right kind of person. Leona M. Helmsley of the Helmsley and Harley Hotels put it this way. She said, "I don't hire people who have to be told to be nice. I hire nice people." The evidence is overwhelming now that people of integrity are those who are going to get ahead the fastest. The research done at Harvard University by Dr. Robert Coles, where he spent 20 years learning and studying the subject, he revealed this. If you want to raise your children to be successful, teach them high moral values. Very important. Dr. Mortimer Feinberg wrote a book, Corporate Bigamy. Interviewed 100 top executives. Asked the question, what's necessary to go to the top and stay there? And these 100 all said in essence the same thing. You got to build on honesty and character and integrity, and they threw in the word motivation. And then they summed it up by saying anybody who thinks they can go to the top and stay there who's not honest is dumb. Somebody once said that ability will take you to the top, but it takes character to keep you there. And I agree with that 100%. But the most convincing evidence I have ever seen was compiled by the Forum Corporation. They did an exhaustive study, and they compiled an enormous amount of information involving 341 salespeople. 173 of them were high producers, 168 of them were moderate producers. And And what they discovered, I thought, was very revealing. They discovered that the high performers, and incidentally, they came from 11 companies, I believe it was, 5 different industries, high-tech, banking, insurance, petroleum, and one other one. And they discovered that the abilities from a sales point of view, the techniques, the closing procedures, the capacity to explain features and benefits of the products or services were all about the same for the very top producers and the average producers. But the one thing, there were 2 major things, but the most significant thing that separated the top producers from the lower producers was the word trust. Same abilities, same techniques, same skills, same procedures, but in a very simple word, the high producers were trusted by the people they were dealing with. I'll say it again, you can't be one kind of person and another kind of salesperson. People often ask me, what's the most important part of the sales process? I say without any hesitation, the most important part of the sales process is the salesperson. Communicate with trust. You see, people don't buy based on what they hear. They don't buy based on what they see. They don't buy based on what you say. They buy based on what they see and hear and believe. And if you're not believable, you're not going to sell as much. Oh, I know. You've got the con artist who from time to time will be able to persuade people to buy things, but I'm not talking about making a sale. I am talking about building a sales career. The feeling is strong that corporate America will progressively and quickly move towards giving preferential hiring treatment to those applicants who have a solid moral base on which to build a career. And that's going to be true in all areas, but specifically and most importantly in the world of selling. I know that a persuasive but immoral salesman can smooth talk a lot of people into wanting and buying cheap or useless merchandise or services at inflated prices. When that happens, we have not 1, not 2, but 3 losers as a result of it. First of all, the customer loses money and a certain amount of faith in mankind, specifically sales mankind. Second, the salesman loses self-respect and sacrifices any possibility of a truly successful sales career for temporary financial gain. And third, the profession of selling loses prestige and the confidence of the general public. It's my strong conviction that your sales career, or for that matter your career in anything, started when you reach the age of accountability. If integrity is as much a part of you as your head, then success in selling will be much easier and faster. And the question is not, will you succeed, but simply when and how great will that success be.
All through his sales career, Zig Ziglar has succeeded by thinking of himself as a partner, as someone who sits on the same side of the table with the prospect. But to be a real partner, you need to have one essential element: integrity. You need to be trustworthy. As Zig will tell you, good closing comes from good selling, and good selling comes from good people.
The most important persuasion tool you have in your entire arsenal is your integrity. And your persuasive ability will be infinitely improved if you can honestly say, I'm the right kind of a person in the world of selling. I believe personally that credibility is the most important factor. You remember, the fear of loss is greater than the desire for gain. And most people buy the old adage that you can't make a good deal with a bad guy. You just can't do it. I learned that when I was a child, and it has saved me an enormous amount of money over the years. You can't make a good deal with a bad guy. Let me ask those of you in this live audience, and those of you who are listening to this in the recording, you answer the question too. What is the average commission that you make on the sales you almost make? I mean, they don't pay you anything? Nothing? I'm talking about now if you really get close. I mean the prospect has the pen in hand and actually they don't give you anything at all for that. No kidding. That's the way they do it in Dallas. And that's the way they handle it in Tampa. That's the way they handle it in Albuquerque and in Denver. Isn't it the most frustrating thing in the world for you as a salesperson to get so close? Oh, you can smell it, you can taste it, you can feel it, you can touch it. Oh, it's there! But somehow or another, you don't quite make it. And let me ask you a question. How many of you have ever gone in to your manager and said to him, you know, this is one of the toughest sales I have ever made in my life. As a matter of fact, I came within a whisper of not making it. Oh, I almost missed it. Now, because I almost missed it, I don't really think I'm entitled to full commission on this one. Why don't you just cut my commission half in two? I know you do that real often, don't you? Okay? Now, what is all of this about? What I'm saying is the difference between barely making it and barely missing it is about that much everywhere except at the commission statement point. And then it gets to be dramatically different. And see, everybody works on a commission. Whether you're on salary or commission, you're on commission. Because, my friend, if you don't perform, then pretty soon that salary is going to stop. So whether you're on salary or commission, you are, in fact, on commission. And credibility is the most important thing. Now, there's a lot of psychology involved, and I don't claim to be a psychologist, but you need to know some of the basic principles, and that's the reason that we cover so much of it here. Now, if you've ever closed a sale, I'm not going to teach you how to close. What I will attempt to do is improve your closing percentage. Because if we can change that percentage by just 10%, if you will visualize what that will mean to you, and I'm fervently convinced that unless you're selling more than about 80% of your prospects, that we can increase it at least 10%. And let's set up a hypothetical example. Let's say you're in the world of direct selling and you call on 1,000 prospects a year. You're currently selling 50% of them. If we can improve that to 60%, that other 10% will involve 100 more sales, but it'll increase your income more than 20%. For the simple reason your expenses remain exactly the same, and all of that gets to be net income, and that's a major, major difference. Need to understand three very important things. Number one, good closing comes from good selling, and good selling comes from good people. So the question you ask yourself, am I good people? Number two, this series is designed to help you develop what I call a closing instinct. And number three, you will learn many specific new closes. When I talk about the closing instinct, it's a sixth sense which will be developed over a period of time, and you become an assistant buyer. Incidentally, I keep saying closing, because closing is the glamour part of selling. But I want to also stress that closing is no more important than prospecting. If you don't have a prospect, how are you going to close? Closing is no more important than making appointments. If you don't have the appointment, how are you going to close? Closing is no more important than telling a persuasive story. You can't make them buy with a close. You create the desire by letting them see the benefits. You've got to have a good presentation. And yet closing gets all the attention because it's the glamour part of selling. That is the bottom line. But let me tell you, in addition to this information, you also need information along the other lines. But because closing is payday, and a lot of people have so much confusion about it, and too many people don't really know enough about it, that's the reason we give as much attention here as we do. I've had so many salespeople say, well, I can get prospects, I can get appointments, I can tell a good story, but in other words, I'm a good salesman, but I just can't close the sale. John M. Wilson, who wrote the book on selling, simply said this. He said, anybody who cannot close is not a salesman. You can say anything else you want to, but they literally are not a salesman. You cannot be a good salesman unless you can close. When you get the prospect, now you're on first base. When you get the appointment, you're on second base. When you tell a good story, you're on third base, and so far nobody's made a dime. And the prospect is not benefited at all. You've got to get them home in order for it to be profitable. To close, to continue the analogy, in baseball, for example, you can hit the ball out of the park. But if you don't touch all of the bases, then you are still not going to score. In selling, you can do everything right, but unless you close the sale, there's going to be no payday. To continue this analogy, the score is important because it converts invested time to profitable time. But I insist the close is no more important or no less important than the other things. Closing basically is an attitude. There's a difference in results when you have those little things working for you. Things like a good shine on your shoes, the well-pressed suit, the skirt or the dress, which is neat, the neatness of your hair, the way your tie blends and is tied, whether you're neat and clean shaven, whether your makeup is fresh and properly applied, whether you're overdressed or underdressed, whether you're smiling and courteous, on time, thoughtful and considerate of your prospect's time, whether you're smoking or chewing gum, whether you're organized and practice good human relations with follow-up reminders and thank you notes, and countless other little things that'll make the difference in making the sale or missing the sale. I'm not telling you anything at this point that most of you do not already know, but I'm going to insist we need to be reminded of these things in order to stay professional. The list is endless, but in the final analysis, more often than not, it's one or more of the little things which communicate to your prospect that you believe in what you're doing, that you're interested in serving him, that you do feel you're offering the best product or service at the best price, and it will be in his best interest to buy. When you get it all together, again, the question is not, will I succeed, but when will the success come and in what quantity? The question comes up, when should I close? The first thing I learned in the world of selling, and I started in direct sales in the cookware business, first thing I was told that I remember was we'd have a meeting and they'd say, you close early, you close often, and you close late. How many of you have been told that in the world of selling? Close early, close often, and close late. Well, that's 2/3 right. The wrong part, as far as I'm concerned, is to be absolutely certain that you do not close too early. Now, what is too early? Too early is when you attempt to close before you have established value. If you close before or attempt to close before you've established value, then you come across as a high-pressure individual who wants to get the sale so you can terminate this interview and get on and see another prospect. You're really saying, I'm not really interested in you. I am interested in me making the sale so I can go somewhere else. Now, if you try to close too early and fail, then the prospect now throws up that little wall. And it's going to be far more difficult to scale that wall than had you not been a little more careful and established value before you attempted to close the sale. Your prospect, regardless, and this also is what I call a profound statement, your prospect, regardless of the product you sell, buy the benefits to them which your product offers. In short, when you convince the prospect that your product scratches where he itches, he'll buy. When you make him itch for ownership, he'll scratch around until he comes up with the money. That's a fact. When do you make the effort to close the sale? When I was in the life insurance business, we had what we call the two-call procedure. And in the two-call procedure, we would go on the first call and we would use it as a fact-finding interview. Get the financial data, find out what the individual wanted in life, what some of their plans were and so forth. And then we came back with an extremely elaborate proposal. And when we came back with a proposal, the first thing we did was to let them know that we were there to make the sale. We did not attempt to close it at that point, but we let them know. Now, how did we do it? This way. I took the proposal out, and it was, as I say, fairly elaborate. It was in a neat little folder there, and looked like it had about 15 pages, and that's about what it did have in it. And I would take a blank sheet of paper, and I'd say to the prospect, Mr. Prospect, as you can see, I have in front of me a blank sheet of paper. Now, obviously, there's nothing on it for you either to understand or to misunderstand. It is clear. It is plain. Over here, I have the proposal. Now, it's fairly elaborate, and my plans are simply these: to explain this proposal in such a way that it will be just as clear and just as plain as this blank sheet of paper. And if I fail to make the proposal just as plain and just as clear as the blank sheet of paper, I will understand any reluctance on your part to make a decision. Then, Mr. Prospect, I'll also say this. If I can make this extremely plain to you, and if you become convinced in your own mind that it is in your best interest to make a decision this evening, a yes decision, I'm going to ask you to do so. If, on the other hand, you don't believe it is in your best interest to say yes, I'm also going to ask you to say no. And then the close. We call it the "is that fair enough" close. The question is simple. Is that fair enough? Now, in my mind, that is so beautiful and so clear. When I started doing that in the life insurance business, not only did my closing percentage increase at least 10%, but my volume went up rather substantially because we virtually eliminated any additional calls. And by doing it that way, not only did I get better acceptance from the prospects, but my time was far more effectively used. Now, my next statement is going to be kind of shocking to you because we call this the new decision close. But listen very carefully because I want you to understand what I mean when I say you're going to be shocked. When a prospect says no, the odds are at least 100 to 1 that you're not going to be able to get them to change their mind. Let me say it again. When the prospect says no, the odds are at least 100 to 1 that you're not going to be able to get them to change their mind. You heard it right. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, now wait a minute, Ziglar, daggone, you're fast-talking, cotton-picking-eyed. In my sales career, I've had prospects sell me no. And then they end up buying. Oh, I don't doubt that a moment. Others say 90% of my business comes after the prospect says no. I don't doubt that a moment either. I asked the redhead to marry me. She said no. Asked her again. She said no. Asked her the third time, no. Fourth time, no. Fifth time, no. Sixth time, she said okay. No, she did not change her mind. What she did was a very simple thing, and you need to understand this. Before you can get a prospect to change their mind, you've got to get them to admit they were wrong. Now, my friend, that's a tough sale to make, to get a prospect to admit they're wrong. You have trouble admitting you're wrong. I have trouble admitting that I am wrong. Then what did the redhead do? Did she change her mind? Never. She made a new decision based on new information. That's exactly what your prospect will do for you. They'll be delighted to make a new decision based on new information. Why didn't you tell me that you could get me an 11% loan on this home? That makes all the difference in the world. With new information, they're making a new decision. Why didn't you tell me we could get this with 4 in the floor? That teenager of mine would be really upset if we didn't have that. He's making a new decision based on new information. Why didn't you tell me double indemnity and waiver of premium was available at this amount? Man, that makes all the difference in the world. They're making a new decision based on new information. Why didn't you tell me that this included a training manual with specific instructions so we could teach instead of just talk? That's a new bit of information which enables them to make new decision. Let me ask you some questions as we go along here. The sales process, incidentally, does demand that you try for the close as soon as you've established value. You don't want to wait until the last minute. You don't want to wait till you give all the information by any stretch of imagination. If you do wait until the last minute, then you can rest assured that some prospects are just going to automatically say no, whatever the first closing attempt is. More importantly, they fear that they will be made to look foolish if they make a fast decision and say yes the first time it is offered. What they really need to find out is as much information so they can make an intelligent decision. Just keep remembering that the fear of loss is greater than the desire for gain. Make the prospect feel secure that a yes decision is a right decision. In short, you make it easier for them to buy. Let me set up this little situation with questions. How many of you would give me $100 for an item that you absolutely knew was worth only $50? Can I see your hands? I don't see a single hand going up. How many of you would give me $100 for an item that you knew was worth only $50 if I used my 3 best closes? I mean powerhouse closes on you. Still no hands going up. How many of you would give me $100 for an item you knew was worth only $50 if I kind of paraded the sympathy button? I mean, my family is in need. I got a boy that's going to have to drop out of school if I don't make some sales. The answer, I still don't see any hands going up. Now, what I'm trying to establish is this. When the prospect has said no, what they're really saying is, based on the information you've given me so far, your price is up here. Your value is way down here. And I'm not going to give you a big stack of money for a little stack of benefit. That's what they're saying. And so when the prospect says no, and you say, oh, you know you want it, go ahead, sign here. Or you're going to get it sooner or later, go ahead and sign here. You are not selling, you are irritating. You're coming across as a high-pressure salesperson. When a prospect says no, they're basing it on what they know at that point. And if they do not know enough to say yes, if you try to pressure them into buying them, all you're going to do is irritate them. So in the closing process, remember, it must be educational. Since they've said no based on what they know, if you'll let them know more, then the chances are good that you can change the value and get the sale. Every closing effort should be educational in the process. And your integrity here is a gain at stake. You want to keep it exactly in the truthful lane. Don't oversell. When you oversell, you get in trouble. I'm reminded so much of the story of the Roman Catholic girl dating a Southern Baptist boy. After about the 5th date, that gal came in one night and she was motivated. I mean, she was excited. She had those stars in her eyes. She was just skipping up the front step, and Mama knew daughter was in trouble. She said, daughter, we're going to have to terminate this relationship. You know, us Catholics don't marry those Baptists. Those Baptists don't marry us Catholics. And the girl said, Mom, I've fallen in love with the boy. Can't we do something? Like all mothers since the beginning of time, she responded to a daughter's need. And she said, yes, daughter, I believe there is. Maybe we can sell this boy on taking instruction. Maybe we'll make him a good Catholic. And when he gets to be a good Catholic, then rather obviously the marriage will be absolutely fine. So they went to work to sell him. Well, it was an easy sale because he was already sold on the product. I mean, it moved smoothly. He started taking instructions. The wedding day was set. The announcements were sent out. The gifts started coming in. Everything was all go. 3 days before the wedding, the girl came in shedding those big old crocodile tears. She said, Mom, it's all off. Send back the gifts. Call the priest. Cancel the church. Tell everybody it's no-go. Mother said, well, daughter, I'm puzzled. I don't understand. What happened? I thought we had him sold on being a good Catholic. The girl said, Mom, that's the problem. Said, we have oversold. He's going to be a priest. Demand that you try for the close as soon as you've established value. You don't want to wait until the last minute. You don't want to wait till you give all the information by any stretch of imagination. If you do wait until the last minute, then you can rest assured that some prospects are just going to automatically say no, whatever the first closing attempt is. More importantly, they fear that they will be made to look foolish if they make a fast decision and say yes the first time it is offered. What they really need to find out is as much information so they can make an intelligent decision. Just keep remembering that the fear of loss is greater than the desire for gain. Make the prospect feel secure that a yes decision is a right decision. In short, you make it easier for them to buy. Let me set up this little situation with questions. How many of you would give me $100 for an item that you absolutely knew was worth only $50? Can I see your hands? I don't see a single hand going up. How many of you would give me $100 for an item that you knew was worth only $50 if I used my 3 best closes? I mean powerhouse closes on you. Still no hands going up. How many of you would give me $100 for an item you knew was worth only $50 if I kind of paraded the sympathy button? I mean, my family is in need. I got a boy that's going to have to drop out of school if I don't make some sales. The answer, I still don't see any hands going up. Now, what I'm trying to establish is this. When the prospect has said no, what they're really saying is, based on the information you've given me so far, your price is up here. Your value is way down here. And I'm not going to give you a big stack of money for a little stack of benefit. That's what they're saying. And so when the prospect says no, and you say, oh, you know you want it, go ahead, sign here. Or you're going to get it sooner or later, go ahead and sign here. You are not selling, you are irritating. You're coming across as a high-pressure salesperson. When a prospect says no, they're basing it on what they know at that point. And if they do not know enough to say yes, if you try to pressure them into buying them, all you're going to do is irritate them. So in the closing process, remember, it must be educational. Since they've said no based on what they know, if you'll let them know more, then the chances are good that you can change the value and get the sale. Every closing effort should be educational in the process. And your integrity here is again at stake. You want to keep it exactly in the truthful lane. Don't oversell. When you oversell, you get in trouble. I'm reminded so much of the story of the Roman Catholic girl dating a Southern Baptist boy. And after about the 5th date, that gal came in one night and she was motivated. I mean, she was excited. She had those stars in her eyes. She was just skipping up the front steps, and Mama knew daughter was in trouble. She said, daughter, we're going to have to terminate this relationship. You know, us Catholics don't marry those Baptists. Those Baptists don't marry us Catholics. And the girl said, Mom, I've fallen in love with the boy. Can't we do something? And like all mothers since the beginning of time, she responded to a daughter's need. And she said, yes, daughter, I believe there is. Maybe we can sell this boy on taking instruction. Maybe we'll make him a good Catholic. And when he gets to be a good Catholic, then rather obviously the marriage will be absolutely fine. So they went to work to sell him. Well, it was an easy sale because he was already sold on the product. I mean, it moved smoothly. He started taking instructions. The wedding day was set. The announcements were sent out. The gifts started coming in. Everything was all go. 3 days before the wedding, the girl came in shedding those big old crocodile tears. She said, Mom, it's all off. Send back the gifts. Call the priest. Cancel the church. Tell everybody it's no-go. Mother said, well, daughter, I'm puzzled. I don't understand. What happened? I thought we had him sold on being a good Catholic. Girl said, Mom, that's the problem. Said, we have oversold. He's going to be a priest.
Take a deep breath now and get ready to do some exercises with your voice. Being a sales professional means knowing how you sound, as well as knowing what to say. Zig Ziglar is going to show you how voice inflection can make or break a sale. You'll also learn that all-important distinction between price and cost.
Probably the most neglected area in the world of sales training has to do with the use of your voice. I'm now going to make a very strong statement. In my judgment, the most important thing you can do to dramatically improve your closing percentages and to make more sales is to deliberately train your voice. Learn how to use voice inflections, because most people simply do not properly approach that. A lot of people learn the other things, but for whatever reason, they learn how to use their voice by accident. Strong statement to make now. If you do not have your own cassette player recorder, you, my friend, are not in the world of selling yet. Or at least you're not deadly serious about becoming as much as you can become. You absolutely must get a good cassette recorder. You must record your presentation. It would be ideal if it could be in front of a live prospect. If that cannot be handled, then you put it in a classroom situation, the full presentation. Give it everything you got. Do it as you normally would do. Then you need to do two things. You need to listen back and analyze, and then you need to script your presentation. You need to do the same thing with the way you answer objections, the way you close sales. The whole bit needs to be recorded. You're going to discover some interesting, some pleasing, and some information that you won't be glad to get, except for the fact that it will help you to become infinitely more professional. You're going to discover, first of all, that the chances are about 9 to 1 that you talk too much. That's right. The second thing you're going to discover is that particularly toward the end of the presentation, you have the tendency to get into much of a monotone. And the third thing you're going to discover is that you deal in a lot of areas that have nothing whatever to do with the sale itself. Let me tell you what's going to happen. When you put the words to script, they're going to remind you of some things that you have forgotten. You're going to then write those things down, those points, those examples, those ideas. And when you write down what you'd been using, combined with what you had forgotten, some beautiful new ideas are going to be generated from it. You're going to have a surge in the growth of your self-image. You're going to realize that you're much further down the path as a professional than you realized that you were. All right, now, I've mentioned the fact that you've now gotten a great deal of information. You now need to start training your voice so that you can make it more effective. You do that, first of all, as you listen to that presentation, you ask yourself a question. If I were calling on me with that presentation I just made, would I be convinced? Would I buy from me? That's a very important thing. Then we need to look at how we change the inflection of the voice to make those words more effective. You can change meaning with voice inflection. Let me give you one sentence with 8 words in it to show you what I'm talking about. The sentence has 8 different meanings depending on the way your voice is used. The sentence is, I did not say he beat his wife. Now, when I make the statement like that, that simply is a statement of fact. And that's all it is, a statement of fact. That's the first meaning. Now, the second meaning you can give it with voice inflection is, I did not say he beat his wife. The statement was made, but it's by somebody else. It wasn't me. The third statement can be simply a vehement denial. I did not say he beat his wife. The fourth statement can be, I did not say he beat his wife. I implied it, no question about that, but I sure didn't say it. Number 5, I did not say he beat his wife. Is that fellow over there? He's the one who did it. The sixth statement, I did not say he beat his wife, slapped her around a little bit, but he sure didn't beat her. The next one, I did not say he beat his wife. He's beating that other fellow's wife. That's what he was doing. And finally, the 8th one, I did not say he beat his wife. That was his little sister you saw him slapping around. Now, what's that got to do with selling? I believe it has everything in the world to do with selling. All I'm saying is that with voice inflection, you can give it an entirely different perspective and an entirely different meaning. You can tell your child to do something, or you can ask a prospect to do something, and it can either be in love or hate using the same words. But the tone, the inflection of your voice is what makes the difference. And so as we look at the voice inflection close, you learn to do the things I'm talking about. First, by taking that one sentence, I did not say he beat his wife. Or you can take the next sentence, I did not say he stole the money. And you need to use those sentences into a recorder until a stranger can listen to them and tell you what those words are saying. Now, you'll have to practice that a number of different times, and you'll have to listen carefully and make it come back. And when you have then done that successfully, now re-record your presentation. With the new voice inflection and the new information, you will discover that in a matter of a month, you can dramatically increase the impact of that presentation. then as you listen to this recording, you will want to play these things over and over, and you'll need to back it up and then spread it forward and back it up and then let it go forward to hear this particular thing a number of times from here on in. How many of you have prospects who occasionally say to you that your price is a little out of line? Can I see your hands? I know of very few salespeople who do not encounter that objection. Now, some of them bring it up in one way, some in another. One guy will be dogmatic, that price is ridiculous. You might have an old boy down home kind of a philosopher who will kind of say, well, you folks kind of proud of that stuff you sell, ain't you? Another one might be a little timid or a little hesitant, and he'll say, well, it seems to me that that price is a little high. Now, they're all talking about price, but you handle them in a different way. The prospect who says that price is ridiculous, you simply lower your voice and repeat almost verbatim what they said. The price is ridiculous? Now that sounds so simple, but you'll need to practice it on your recorder a number of times. What you have done psychologically is you now have moved the objection back over to his side of the table. Now he's got to justify his statement instead of you defending the price. And there is a lot of difference. Now, in selling somebody, if you can make that customer start thinking, see, if you are selling a legitimate product at a legitimate price, and it is in their best interest to buy, then you're making them think along those identical lines. Yes, voice inflection can play a tremendous role in selling. It means that you're selling on the offense instead of the defense. Now, suppose that the prospect has simply said to you, it seems to me that the price is a little out of line. Now, please understand one thing. There are a lot of prospects who, for whatever reason, will automatically say the price is too high. Makes no difference what it is. They think that puts them in a better position to negotiate a better price or to get a better deal in some way, form, or fashion from you. And so they automatically going to say something about the price being a little too high. What you need to do is find out if price really is the problem, or is there another issue. My friend John Hammond has successfully handled literally thousands of objections of this nature. And what he does is very simple. He looks at the prospect and says, if there were a way I could show you that the price is more than fair and the product is worth every dime we're asking, would you go ahead and take advantage of our offer today? Now what you're going to do is find out, is price the objection, or is there something else? This forces the prospect to make a commitment based on price when his real objection might be color, style, neighborhood, or something else you could and should, even must identify. If this is the situation, his response is going to be, well, no, not really. Price is not really the problem. And when he says that, then you can simply say, then there must be some other reason you're hesitating. Would you mind if I ask what that reason might be? A superb procedure for smoking out the real objection. Price is too high. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Prospect. Do you like the product? Notice again all the questions we're asking. Do you like the product? Well, yes, I like it, but it's just that the price is high. Lower your voice. Look your prospect right in the eye. And I'll say this so many times throughout the series. Look the prospect in the eye. Then you lower your voice and look at him and say, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Prospect, that it is difficult to pay too much for something you really like? Now that's a pretty good question. And if you're selling a low-ticket item, cosmetics, brushes, necktie, wallet, items, that are not a significant purchase in itself, a single item, a lot of times that one question is enough. But if you're selling a lifetime insurance program, or if you're selling a fancy luxury automobile, or if you're selling a home at $200,000, you're going to have to come up with more than that. A lot of times say, yeah, well, I see what you mean, but yeah, I think you can pay too much for something, even if you really do like it. I'd like to have a Cadillac, but I'm not going to give you $50,000 for one. But what you've done is significant because you have started that individual to thinking. Now this brings us right back to something important. We call it the fear of loss close. Again, remember that the fear of loss is greater than the desire for gain. You need to establish in that prospect's mind the fact that he's safe in dealing with you, that he's not going to lose. And for him, a loss could either be money or it could be embarrassment, a loss of face. He's not going to lose by buying from you, but he will lose product benefits if he doesn't buy from you. So one effective way to do this is simply to say, Mr. Prospect, let me point out that you're going to be concerned about price only one time. That's when you buy. But you're going to be concerned with quality during the entire lifetime of the product. Then you lower your voice, look him right in the eye again and say, wouldn't you agree that it's better to invest a little more than you had planned instead of a little less than you should? That is a good question. Wouldn't you agree that it's better to invest a little more than you had planned instead of a little less than you should? You see, if you invest a little more than you had planned, all you're talking about is pennies. If you invest less than you should, and the product will not do what you had wanted it to do, then you literally lose everything. A little more than you had planned instead of a little less than you should. My good friend, the late Dick Gardner, put it this way: why settle for the get-by when in the long run the good cost less? That's a powerful statement. It's a profound statement. Why settle for the get-by when in the long run the good costs less? That leads us into the cost close. Prospect still said it costs too much. Then you simply ask, Mr. Prospect, if you could convince yourself that the price is more than fair, would you have any objection to going ahead with a yes decision today? Then the next question. Are you really concerned about price, or is it cost you're concerned about? Is it price or is it cost? Now, in the world of selling, what we want to do is to eliminate as many areas of doubt. Remember we said earlier, they don't buy based on what they hear, they don't buy based on what they see, they don't buy based on what you show them or what you say them. They buy based on all of those that they can believe. Is it price or cost you're going to be concerned about? And in most cases, your prospect will say to you, well, what do you mean? What is the difference between price and cost? And then here's the example I use. Again, you need to translate. I will say this, I guess, 50 times throughout this entire series. You need to translate so that it fits your sales situation. I'm going to use an example because, number one, it happened to me. Number two, it beautifully and perfectly demonstrates exactly what I'm talking about. 1971, we went down to buy my son, who at that time was 6 years old, a bicycle. Now, in 1971, we went, first of all, to the Swin bicycle shop, and the bicycle we looked at was $64.95. Well, in 1971, you just don't spend $65 to buy a 6-year-old a bicycle. He's just going to tear it up anyhow. So we, as prudent parents, went down to the discount store and found a really neat little bicycle for $34.95. Now, the price of one was $64.95. The price of the other was $34.95. We were excited about that $34.95 price. We bought it. 6 weeks later, we went into the same store to get new handlebars for it. Now, because it was in warranty, they gave them to us. Didn't cost us anything. About a month later, though, we went back in to get more new handlebars, and now the warranty is no longer in effect, and so we ended up investing $4.50 for those new handlebars. About 2 months later, the entire sprocket apparatus came completely unglued. So we went down, and when we got through, the bill was $15 and change. I don't know exactly how much. About a month later, the bearings in one of the wheels went kaput. We went down, and they were going to cost $3, $4, $5, $6, I don't know how many dollars, because at that point we threw in the towel. We said, enough is enough is enough. At that point, you see, we had invested $54.45 in that bicycle. We then went down to the Swin bicycle shop and invested $64.95 in the Swin bicycle. Now, my son literally rode that bicycle until he got to be too big to ride it. For 10 years, he was, when he was 16 years old, he was still playing riding it. He was too big by then to actually ride it. But in 10 years' time, we did not invest another dime in that bicycle with the exception of 2 tires, and that had nothing to do with the quality of the bicycle. So let's look at what we're talking about. The price of this one was $34.95, the least expensive bicycle. We used that bicycle not counting the downtime. My son rode it for 6 months. That means the cost of that bicycle was $9 a month. That was the cost. The Swin bicycle, he rode it and used it for 10 years. Total price, $65. That means that my son, that we had ridden that bicycle for $6.50 a year. That was the cost of it. Mr. Prospect, one priced to $34.95 but cost $9 a month. The other one was priced at $64.95, but it only cost $6.50 a year. Let me ask you again, Mr. Prospect, is it price you're concerned about, or is it cost? In the cost close, then you simply lower your voice, you look them in the eye, and you say, there are many people, Mr. Prospect, who can beat us on price, but nobody beats us on cost. Since price is a one-time thing and cost is a lifetime thing, if I'm reading you right, I'm betting that you're mostly interested in cost, aren't you? We can have this installed by next Friday, or if there's an emergency, we can have it in by Tuesday. Which would you prefer? I believe when you educate, you see, that's what that close beautifully does. It educates them to a fact. It educates them to the possibilities that your product has to offer. You see, I believe we as salespeople have a strong moral obligation. If we sell a good product at a fair price, if we honestly feel that it does help the prospect, I believe we have a moral responsibility to learn as much as we can about making the sale so that we can help them get what they want. That way we also obviously get what we want. Incidentally, dealing with the price objection again, you got to remember that a lot of people just automatically say the price is too high. One other thing you can do, I'm glad you're concerned about price, Mr. Prospect, because that's one of our most attractive advantages. Would you agree then, as a practical matter, a product is worth what it can do for you and not what you have to pay for it? That's what a product is worth. A glass of water could be worth $1 million. If you were 3 miles out in the desert and about to die, and a glass of water was the energy you needed to get back in, the price of the glass of water, if somebody came along selling water and said it's $10 a glass, I guarantee you wouldn't haggle over the price. If you had the money, you would buy the water. Mr. Prospect, our company had to make a choice between building our product as cheaply as possible and selling it as a get-by product, or building quality into the product for service, durability, and your long-lasting enjoyment. In short, for long-range value and benefit. Most people, Mr. Prospect, and I'll bet that includes you, clearly understand that good things are not cheap, and cheap things are seldom good. There's so many things that can be said, but people do forget about the price. They never, though, forget about poor quality and poor service. But what I'm saying is that people do forget price. They do not forget the quality of the merchandise, unless it's lousy. Then they'll remember that forever and ever. And then the next close that I want to use is what I call the quality close. The prospect says, well, all of that sounds good, but yeah, the price is still too high. Now, this is one you can use as the finale. This is one you use in a department store. Or if you're selling a low-ticket item, this might be the only close that you need. If it is a high-ticket item you're selling, then you don't use this one in the beginning. You use it a little later on. The prospect says the price is still too high. You lower your voice. You look at your prospect and you say, well, you know, Mr. Prospect, many years ago our company made a basic decision. We decided that it would be easier to explain price one time than it would be to apologize for quality forever. And I'll bet you're glad we made that decision, aren't you? Now, you can use that for low-ticket items or high-ticket items. If it's a high-ticket item, you would not use it initially. And then occasionally you'll have a prospect, and we call this the answer for everything close. Occasionally you'll have a prospect who'll say, well, I must commend you. Doesn't make any difference what I bring up. You've got an answer for it. Or they might say, well, you've certainly done your homework. Doesn't make any difference what I say. You know exactly what to say, or you come back at me. You get me every time. But if you want to make the sale, then you need to lower your voice, look them right in the eye and say, well, you know, Mr. Prospect, I really appreciate that comment, and I'm going to take it as a compliment. But realistically, there are many things I don't have the answer to. That's one of the reasons I'm so excited about selling the product, which is the answer to your problem. And that's what you really want, isn't it? Nodding your head as you do. I've said 100 times through the series, the right words, the right voice inflection, the right intent will substantially improve your professionalism and the results that you get in the world of selling.
Let's step back a minute to consider something really fundamental. Belief. You know, selling is nothing less than a transference of feeling. And remember, buyers are believers first. Now, it's hard to be enthusiastic and convincing if you yourself haven't mentally and emotionally purchased your own product or service. Here's a story about a salesman who turned himself around in one day with Zig's help. Zig made him a believer.
The critical step in building a sales career is the step called honesty. Now, when I talk about honesty, I'm not talking about paying your bills. I mean, if you don't pay your bills, your credit is shot. If you write people hot checks, then they're not going to accept them the next time, and the bank charges you several bucks for bouncing on them. And you write a bad check in Kansas City today, and we know about it in Dallas and Miami and Portland, Oregon, and everywhere else tomorrow. Actually, paying your bills and writing good checks has nothing to do with being honest. That simply is being practical. It enables you to go through life lots easier and lots smoother and a lot better. But when I talk about the honesty factor in the world of selling, I'm going to begin with a story. Back in 1963 in Columbia, South Carolina, I was in the cookware business. I was the #1 salesman in America for the Salad Master Corporation. We had some 3,000 dealers and lots more salespeople than that scattered all over the country. That particular year, I was just hollering a $2 pistol. You know, you get on a roll sometimes and you keep rolling and rolling and rolling, and for 12 solid months there, I was on a roll. Now, if you know anything about the cookware business, what happens in this particular phase of it, we have a demonstration. The hostess invites a bunch of couples out. We cook them a meal, demonstrate the product, go out and see them the next day. Now, 95% of the prospects would always carefully explain to the hostess, well, I'll be glad to come. So you can win your hostess prize. But I'm going to tell you right now, in advance, I am not in the market for any high-priced set of cookware. And I just want you to know up front that that's the way it is. How many of you have ever been to a cookware demonstration and carefully explained that to the hostess, all right? Now, how many of you who carefully explained all that to the hostess before you got there, after you got there, decided you might as well go ahead and buy it anyhow? Can I see your hands, please? Okay. Well, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That year, we were selling lots of cookware. Had a friend in the same town selling the same product, and he, as the saying goes, was literally starving to death. I mean, he just couldn't cut the mustard, as we'd say, and he was having trouble making ends meet. I was over at his house one afternoon. We were having a cup of coffee, and we were going our individual ways for the evening. He was simply in the same business. We had no affiliation other than our friendship. And as we sat there talking, and he was moaning and groaning and griping and complaining and singing the blues, I listened to it for quite a few minutes, and then I looked at him and I said, well, Bill, I know exactly what your problem is. He said, well, man, why don't you tell me quick, because I need to start selling somebody something now. And I said, well, the problem is very simple, Bill. You're trying to sell a product that you don't believe in. Well, old Bill back came unglued. He said, Zig, that's crazy. Man alive, that simply is not so. We got the best set of cookware on the American market. I love our product. I believe in it. I said, now, come on, Bill. You peddle that baloney to somebody else, my friend. I happen to know you don't believe in it. Oh, Zig, he said, that's crazy. Of course I believe in it. As a matter of fact, he said, I left the company I had been with for 4 years as a manager to come with this company as a salesman. And the prime reason I did was because I am so completely sold on the product. I said, now come on, Bill. I said, you peddle that to other people. This is old Zig. I'm your buddy. I know you, and I know you don't believe in the product, and I know that you don't believe in it. And with that, I nodded toward the stove. Oh, he said, you mean the fact that I'm cooking in a competitive set of cookware? I said, you got the message, Bill, loud and clear. Oh, he said, Dig, don't pay any attention to that. He said, man, that's got nothing to do with me believing our product. He said, I'm going to get a set of cookware. But he said, you know yourself, we have had all kinds of trouble. He said, as you know, I wrecked my car, and there's a period of nearly 2 months that I didn't have dependable transportation. Had to ride cabs or borrow a car or catch a bus. And he said, Zig, you just can't sell unless you have dependable transportation. He said, man, and then the wreck itself was expensive. It just flat knocked me for a loop. And he said, you know perfectly good and well, my wife's been in the hospital. And he said, she was there a couple of weeks, and said, in addition to being worried to death, there I'm back and forth having to get somebody to look after the boys and me trying to sell all at the same time. He said, man, you just can't do it. He said, that knocked me for another loop. And he said, now it looks like you're going to have to put the boys in the hospital and get their tonsils out. And he said, Zig, we don't even have an insurance. So, man, he said, it's been tough. I said, Bill, let me ask you a question. He said, okay. I said, how long you been with this company? He said, 5 years. I said, what was your excuse last year? And the year before that? 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 I said, Bill, let me tell you precisely what happens when you're down in the short rows, as we say down home, and you're closing the tough ones. And you got to understand that to survive in the world of selling, you got to get the close ones. Because if you don't make the close sales, you're not going to sell enough of the wrap-ups that, as we say in the world of selling, you're just not going to get enough of those. You got to win the close ones. And I can tell you exactly what's taking place when you're on a tough sales call. I can even tell you what the prospect is saying on so many of them. He said, okay, what is it? I said, you get down to the short rows, you start to close, you ask the obligating question, and the prospect looks at you and says, oh, I don't know, Bill. Daggone it all, we sure need a good set of pots. I don't know how my wife cooks in that stuff she's got. But, Bill, it just don't hardly seem like now's the right time. Said, things just haven't gone well at all. Said, wasn't too long ago I wrecked my car. Said for a couple of months there, I had to depend on borrowed transportation to get around, or had to use a taxi cab or ride a bus. And he said, you just can't operate like that. And he said, in addition to the car wreck costing a lot of money, my business was down during that period of time. I said, man, it's tough. And he said, on top of that, he said, I had another problem. Said, my wife's been in the hospital a couple of weeks. And in addition to being worried to death about her, and I couldn't have work and concentrate on what I was doing, I had to go back and forth trying to get somebody to look after the boys, and that's never satisfactory. And said, now it looks like we're going to have to put the boys in the hospital to get the tonsils out. We don't even have an insurance. Now, I said, Bill, you and I both know nobody's going to come up with exactly the same excuses that you've been given for the last 5 years. But I'll guarantee you they will be coming up with a lot of the same ones you've been giving yourself over this 5-year span. Oh, I know, Bill, I know you're a professional, I know you're well trained, and I know while the prospect is giving you all those negatives, you're sitting there giving yourself a little lecture saying, now think positive, Bill, think positive, Bill, think positive, Bill. But deep down inside, there's that quiet little voice that keeps saying, yeah, I know what you mean. That's the very reason I don't have a set of the stuff myself. Now I said, Bill, I'm going to say something. If you don't ever hear me say another word, hear me when I say this, because here's a sales lesson you don't ever want to forget. Selling is not a thing in the world, but a transference of feeling. If I can make you feel about my product like I feel about my product, my friend, you are going to buy my product. If I can make you feel about my goods and services like I feel about my goods and services, you are going to buy my goods and services. If there is any way in the world that you can get my product or my goods and services. Let me ask you, how many of you in this live audience this evening are in the real estate business? Can I see your hands? How many of you have ever gone out and got that choice listing? I mean, when you walked in and got that list and you knew that this one wouldn't last the day out. Exact location, priced right, marketable to the nth degree. You just had that feeling about it. And when you got back to the office, you spread the word, oh, I just listed one that's going to go before the day is over. Let me tell you where it is. Let me tell you about it. And the word spread, and sure enough, before the day was over, certainly before the week was over, it was gone. Why? Because selling is a transference of feeling, and you've transferred that feeling to other people, and it's catching, especially by the prospects. Not too long ago, I was speaking for a major life insurance company, and the executive vice president of the company explained to me that he could take 100 of his salesmen, in this case, ladies, he could take 100 of his salesmen who had been with him at least a year and predict within 5 percentage points of what they were going to sell the next year without checking what they had sold the first year or the last year they were with the company, without looking at a single record. He said, I can tell you within 5 percentage points what the 100 will sell as a group. He said, all I got to do is look at how much life insurance they carry on their own life. And when you got to figure on how much they carry on their own life, he said, I can calculate how much they're going to be able to persuade other people to buy. You see, selling is a transference of feeling, and if you truly believe in what you're selling, not only will you sell more now, but you will sell it in such a way that you will be building a sales career. And that's really what this is all about. How many of you have seen a brand new salesman or a brand new sales lady come into your organization? They don't know the first thing about bear trap closers. When you talk to them about the psychology of persuasion, they get a glazed over look in their eyes. They don't know anything about the technique and the procedure, about all of these other things. But, oh, brother, they believe this is the greatest product on the face of this earth, and they believe that you ought to have some of it. And they don't listen to that story about the territory or the area being sold out. They just believe that this is great, and you ought to have it, and you ought to get it. Now, how many of you have seen brand new people come in and sell rings around some of the old pros around the office? It happens all the time. Selling is, in fact, a transference of feeling. Willa Dorsey, the great spiritual singer, expresses it, I think, in the most beautiful and meaningful way I have ever heard in my life when she says, "Brother, if you're gonna be convincing, you gotta be convinced." Well, to bring the story to a close, I sold Bill a set of the cookware. Now, don't misunderstand. He wrote his own order. But I was so strong, I just insisted, "Bill, if you have to mortgage your furniture in order to do this, by all means, you ought to go ahead and get that set of cookware." He said, "Zig, do you feel that strongly about it?" I said, "I've never felt as strongly about anything in my life as this particular thing." Bill bought that set of cookware that day, and that week he sold enough additional cookware to pay for his own set. You see, when he'd get down to those short rows, when he'd start closing the sale, and the prospect would start giving him the arguments, that they can't afford it and this sort of thing, old Bill understood that he had sacrificed himself. He understood the value. He knew that his conviction was there, that his belief was deep, and therefore he was able to persuade that other person to take action. You see, I believe honesty basically is your total conviction and commitment that what you're selling offers certain advantages and distinct advantages over a comparable or comparable product that anybody else might be selling. If you're selling Fords and driving Chevrolets, you're missing some sales because of it. Now, I don't think necessarily if you're selling 747s that you got to buy one. But I do believe in most cases that you got to buy it in order to sell it, and that certainly comes within reason. If you're selling locomotives or high-priced computers, that would not fit in the category. But I'm talking about items which you use in your everyday life. Until and unless you truly feel that nobody sells a better product value, you're really not completely honest, and your performance will not be at the level you're capable of attaining. In other words, you're working on 3 cylinders. The late Charles Roth put it this way: many people feel that if they utter 3 magic words in the world, in the business world, that they can do what they want to. He says that if people say, "Well, business is business," that then they can go ahead and lie and cheat and exaggerate and all of those good things. But that's the way you might make an immediate sale, but terminate any possibility of building a sales career. When you're honest, when you're dealing from the top of the deck, your chances of building that career are greatly enhanced. Roth points out that a calm, confident, positive, reassuring salesperson working from a base of honest and integrity is the most effective tool to calm the fears of the prospect and to get the sale. No, honesty is not just a moral issue. It is very practical in the world of selling. Actually, what I've been describing to you is what I call the believer's close. Because if your belief is strong, then you're going to be able to sell more. In a previous series of recordings, I told this story about Bill. We had a young salesman seated in the audience, and he was selling fire detection equipment for the home. And he realized that he apparently did not believe himself because he did not have the equipment in his own home. He was out telling everybody else they ought to protect their families, and he was not protecting his own. Now, you see, deep down, if we are sound, moral individuals, that's going to be gnawing at our conscience. Well, the young man decided to go ahead and install the equipment he was selling in his own home. And you know the rest of the story, because before the month was over, he had sold enough additional systems to completely pay for his own. The world of selling is an exciting world. Believers, for example, can't understand how a prospect can say no. And if they don't understand how a prospect can say no, a lot of times they don't get the answer of no. How many of you ever listed a home and have a prospect say, "Well, I don't know why I'm listing with you. Half a dozen people have already tried to get me to list this home with them, and I have not done it." How many of you ever had a prospect say, "I don't know why I'm buying from you. Others have tried, but for whatever reason, I just didn't buy from them, but I buy from you." And what they're really saying is, "I trust you."
In this part of Zig Ziglar's Secrets of Closing the Sale, you'll hear the crucial difference between sympathy and empathy, and how this difference can increase your sales percentages. Some closes to listen for here are Get 'em Smiling and the Empathy Close.
Yes, the heart of your sales career starts with a critical step called honesty. The second area that we get into is this thing called ego. Dr. H.M. Greenberg, a New Jersey psychologist, did an analysis of 186,000 people over a period of several years. And he discovered that one individual out of 5 walking down Main Street, USA, that 1 out of 5 could be trained to become a successful salesperson. But he discovered that those who are going to go to the top, who are going to be the most successful in the world of selling, these are the ones who have a considerable ego. And it's a special ego which thrives on success. It's an ego that says that when they go out in the world of selling and they get the appointment, they're happy about that because the prospect has accepted them. If the prospect refuses the appointment, their dampers get a little bit down because now they feel that they have been rejected. Dr. Greenberg says you absolutely must have that ego need for acceptance and satisfaction. And every time a prospect says yes, the prospect is satisfying that ego need. He also says this can present a potentially very hazardous or dangerous situation, because there are some salespeople who will go to any lengths to get a yes, to gain that acceptance, and so they exaggerate, they oversell, they don't stick as closely to the truth as they need to. With the net result, they have to change areas and they have to change territories far too often, and the net result is they never really are anything like as successful as they otherwise would be. Dr. Greenberg says to go with that ego, you've got to have this thing called empathy. Now, there's a vast difference between empathy and sympathy, and so I want to deal with that, because if you add empathy to the ego, now you've got the ideal sales individual who's going to sell a great deal more merchandise. Sympathy simply means that you feel as the other person feels. Empathy means you understand how they feel. You're sensitive to the feedback from them, but you do not feel as they feel. And therefore you can back away from the problem and offer a solution. Simple example is if you're on an ocean-going ship and you see a person at the rail who is seasick, if you have sympathy, you will join them at the rail. If you have empathy, you will get them some cold water, a wet cloth to wipe their face, and some seasickness pills. You're not part of the problem. You don't have the problem. You offer a solution, and so you can back away with that. Marriage counselors with sympathy will end up needing a marriage counselor. A psychiatrist with sympathy will end up needing a psychiatrist. Parents with sympathy, too much of it at any rate, will raise squalling young'uns, as we'd say down home. They will give the child everything they want, whether it's in the best interest of the child or whether it's good for the child or not. They simply cannot stand to hear the child cry, and they're browbeaten into giving the child everything they want at the drop of the hat. And you know what happens there. A sales manager with sympathy will end up broke, discouraged, and out of the business. Every salesperson in his or her organization will be borrowing money from them, making unreasonable demands on them, which that individual will meet. The person with the sympathy, that is. Doctors and lawyers with sympathy are eventually going to get in trouble. You don't need sympathy, you need empathy. When I had my surgery, I'm delighted that my surgeon did not have sympathy. If he had, when he started to slit me open, he would say, "Oh, I bet this hurts." Doctors and lawyers don't treat their own families or don't represent their own families for the very simple reason they are emotionally involved and they're not detached enough. They can't back away from the problem to offer the solution, and therefore they seldom, if ever, really treat the members of their own family. Now, when you look at the goods or products or services you sell through the prospect's eyes, you're going to be able to more effectively sell what that person needs and wants to buy. I'll use the phrase many times in every segment that you can get everything in life you want if you will just help enough other people get what they want. Many times, for example, I've had people call me on the telephone and instantly start talking without asking if this is a busy time or would another time be better. Whether I'm calling socially or whether I'm calling on business, if it's going to be a more than 1 minute conversation, I always ask them, do you have 4 minutes or have I caught you at a busy time? Or do you have 7 minutes or have I caught you at the busy time? And I try to accurately gauge how much time I'm going to need to cover the subject matter, because if I have caught him at a wrong time, the chances of him buying are going to be pretty small. I'm not going to accomplish my objective. When I talk about ego and empathy, I am talking about something which obviously is critically important, and we must understand the difference in the two. Now we're going to look at what I call the empathy, or rather the get him smiling close, and then I'm going to tie empathy and sympathy into this in what we believe will be a very understandable and usable way. When I talk about the get 'em smiling close, I'm very simply making reference to the fact that the prospect has got to buy you before they buy what you're selling, whether it's goods, products, or services. And it's very unusual that your prospect is going to have a negative feeling about either you or what you're selling if you've managed to break the preoccupation barrier and get him interested enough or tuned in enough where he is at least smiling at something that you have said. Now, I'm not trying to get you to be a comedian, but I am trying to get you to understand that a lot of times, particularly early on in the interview, if you can gain his attention with a little light approach, it is an excellent way to get started. Now, let's look at, with an example, the basic difference between sympathy and empathy. Many years ago, when I first started in the cookware business and we were putting on those demonstrations I mentioned a little earlier, we would feed the couples that night, make the appointments to see them the next day. Never will I forget, up in Lancaster County, South Carolina, out in the Beaufort community, I had a man and his wife to attend the demonstration. They had 7 children. Now, on the demonstration, we demonstrate that cooking in our set of cookware would save money, it would save food value, and it would save time and work. Well, I went back the next day to see this farmer and his wife. They had 7 children between the ages of 2 and 16. And I made the presentation, asked the obligating question, will remember his answer as long as I live. He literally held up his hand and said, Mr. Ziglar, he said, this ain't going to mean much to you. Now, let me stress, this was 35 years ago when this event took place. This ain't going to mean much to you. But he said, because he said, I know you've got a bathroom in your house. But he said, me and my wife have been married over 20 years. And for over 20 years, I've been promising her every year that next year, honey, we're going to build a bathroom in our house. And he said, Mr. Ziglar, 1 year we'd have a new baby. Another year we'd have a bad crop. Another year we'd have to buy a new tractor. Another year, another baby. And it went on year after year. And for 20 years, it's always been, honey, next year we're going to get running water. We're going to have us a bathroom in our house. But he said, Mr. Ziglar, I want to tell you something. He said, I have got that money right here. And that's exactly the way he said it. And he pointed to the center pocket in his overalls. That's the money pocket. Got that money right here to build that bathroom. And he says, ain't you nor nobody else are going to get 1 dime of this money until I build that bathroom. Now, as I said to you in the first segment, on every interview a sale is made. They either sell you that they can't or won't, or you sell them that they can or should. Now, sometimes the prospect is the better salesperson. In this particular case, I was badly overmatched. I mean, I never had a chance. Now, let me explain that one of the reasons that I never had a chance was because I had sympathy. When I'd been a boy over in rural Mississippi, we had running water too. Now, I'm talking about the kind you got to run and get. And when he made some reference to those cold, wet trips, even though it was August, I shivered 3 times. I knew exactly what he was talking about. And there is nothing, I mean nothing, I would have done to have jeopardized that old boy's bathroom. Now, one of the first lessons that I'd been taught by my sales manager and close friend, Bill Cranford, was that when you miss the sale, you want to miss it and leave the prospect in such a way that the next salesperson can gain even easier entrance into the prospect's mind than you did. You see, if you made the sale, you don't have a problem because they're going to justify why they bought. If you didn't make the sale, they're going to justify why they didn't buy. And so you need to be particularly careful when you leave the customer that you missed or terminate an interview that you have missed, that you especially leave them in a good frame of mind. Well, after I had missed the sale in my own mind, I folded my tent and quietly stole away like a thief in the night after I had established and spent a few minutes building what I thought was a friendly relationship. As a matter of fact, he even invited me when I was back in the neighborhood to stop in and have a cup of coffee with him. Well, I left, I thought, as his friend, at least peacefully. A couple of days later, I bumped into his sister on the streets of the little town of Lancaster, South Carolina, and she crossed the street to see me and said, "I want to know what in the world happened to you and my brother." I said, "What do you mean you want to know what happened?" I said, "I missed the sale." She said, "Yeah, I know you missed the sale, and he is so mad at you, I think if he ever sees you again, he's going to whip you." I said, "Him mad at me? A nice fellow like me? What in the world is he mad at me about?" She said, "I'll tell you exactly why he's mad at you. He wanted to buy a set of them pots, and you wouldn't even sell them to him." I said, "Well, I'll sure take care of that right now. I'll just scoot back out there." She said, "It is too late." He said, "He doesn't like you anymore, doesn't even trust you. But he would have bought had you insisted that day that he go ahead to do so. He definitely would have bought." Now, she had a vested interest because had he bought, she would have gotten an extra little premium as a result of it. Well, you know, I puzzled and I pondered on that thing for a long time. And I'm not about to tell you that all of a sudden one day, like a bolt out of the blue, it hit me loud and clear and I had a revelation. Here is what happened. It could have been one of several things. First of all, it could have been that the prospect, having listened to me and having seen the demonstration the night before, thought maybe I was lying. You see, I had proved that it would save money. I had proved that it would save work and time. I had proved that it saved food value. At least I had demonstrated that. And the old boy might have figured that, you know, if it really would do all of those things, I never would have bought his excuse that he just wasn't going to buy it at this time. Now, that could have been it. He could have thought I was lying to him. Or there could have been something even more serious. It could have been that it would do all of those things, but when he offered me some resistance, that I, in my own mind, said, "Well, to heck with you, friend. I'm not going to get in a wrestling match with you. I'll go down the road and I'll sell somebody who's lots easier to sell." I'm simply speculating, saying that could have been it. In other words, he felt I was not concerned about his wife and his children. But in thinking about it over and over, I'm absolutely convinced that this is probably what happened. I heard everything the man said. And he said, "I got the money right here, right now, to build that bathroom." As a matter of fact, the rascal actually pointed at the money. But he said, "Ain't you nor nobody else going to get one dime of it until after we build the bathroom." Now, that's what he said. But let me tell you what he was saying. He was saying, "Mr. Ziglar, for over 20 years I've had a problem. Been trying to get the money to build my family a bathroom. But I don't have that problem anymore. I got the money right here in my pocket. Problem is solved." Now, Mr. Ziglar, if you'll just look around, You can clearly see that I've got another problem. I've got 7 children. They range in age from 2 to 16. See, I don't care how clever you are. You cannot hide 7 children in a small house. You just can't do it. Now he said, I've got these 7 children, and Mr. Ziglar, what I would like to do is feed them the best food possible, the most nutritional food available. I would like to feed them as inexpensive as I can, because everything does cost. And he said, I would like to find something to help my wife. Bless her heart, with 7 children, and being a farm wife and helping me on the farm, she literally is working herself to death. And Mr. Ziglar, if you've got something that would save her time and work, I'd be so grateful. That's what he was saying. But you see, I didn't have empathy. I had sympathy. I was wrapped up in the problem, not the solution. And ladies and gentlemen, if you don't hear me say anything else the rest of this evening, please understand that. You need to back away from the problem and let your creative imagination go to work and start coming up with solutions so that you can help them solve that problem. Now, as we get into what I call the empathy close, it has to do with a good friend of mine, Jay Martin from Memphis, Tennessee. Jay's the president of an organization called National Safety Associates. They sell smoke and fire detectors.
As Zig says, a prospect must buy you before he buys your product or service. And having the right mental attitude is an absolute must. When Zig travels the country, one of the things he tells salespeople everywhere is to believe in themselves and believe in their profession. That means having a healthy self-image, something Zig Ziglar himself had to learn the hard way.
Basically, in the world of selling, to build a career, we need to understand that what the prospect wants is a solution to the problem they have. And if we offer a solution, they're wide open to it. It's just that they've got to believe what we're saying. We've got to be convincing. We've got to be professional. Now, what I'm really talking about now is the right mental attitude as far as selling is concerned. And I want to delve into that a little bit. I want to talk about your attitude towards you, or in other words, your self-image. I want to talk about your attitude towards your prospects and your attitude toward the profession of selling itself. Now, what has self-image got to do with closing sales? Chris Hegarty, one of the top sales trainers in America, says that 63% of all sales interviews end with no attempt to close the sale. And the reason they don't is they fear rejection. And so they will talk and talk and talk and never attempt to make the sale because they cannot stand the thought of that fear of rejection. How important is your self-image in real estate? I'll use this as an example. How many of you have ever been out working your farm one morning and you see a for sale by owner sign in the yard? Well, you circle the block 3 times because you want to make certain the neighborhood is safe. I mean, you should be careful. And then finally you get up enough courage, you go knock on the door and you start your presentation, and the nice lady behind the screen door there says, just a minute, let me ask you a question. Are you selling real estate? Just answer yes or no. Well, you got to fess up, you know, that happens to be the business you're in. And she said, well, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told the other 3 who were by here. I'm not interested in you selling my home. I'm going to sell it. I know 10 times as much about it as you'll ever know. Planted every bush and shrub you see out there. Painted the house the last time myself. I know every nook and corner and cranny of it. Why should I give you thousands of dollars to do something I know lots more about than you do? And furthermore, I don't want to hear more about it. And she slams the door in your face. Now, remember, you've got a lousy self-image. You don't like you. And that old biddy sure doesn't like you. Poor little me, don't nobody like me. So what do? You do the only thing you can do. You go to the coffee shop for a cup of coffee and have your own private little pity party, as our Mrs. Mamie McCullough would say. And while you're drinking that first cup of coffee, it dawns on you that what you really need is a second cup of coffee. And while you're drinking the second cup of coffee, you finally figure it all out. Why didn't I think about this before? It is so obvious. What I need to do is go back to the office, get all the details cleaned up, handle all of my correspondence, make all those back telephone calls, handle all of these little things, because nobody can really sell with all these nagging details hanging over you. And then next Monday morning I'll get out there fresh and clear with a good clean desk and a good clean mind, and I'll knock them dead. Besides, it's already Wednesday. One of the greatest time killers is the having of the daily pity party that most people literally go through. And it has to do with a self-image. Now let's, on the other hand, say that you have a good, healthy self-image. You're still in the real estate business. You go to the same neighborhood. You see the for sale by owner sign in the yard. And you get out of your car and you briskly walk up there and you knock on the door. And the same dear lady comes to the door. You start your presentation. She gives you the same routine. Are you selling real estate? Just answer yes or no. You confess up and said, I'm going to tell you the same thing I've told everybody else. I'm not interested. I'm going to sell this house myself. No more about it than you'll ever know. And furthermore, I don't want to hear any more about it. And she slams the door in your face. But this time you understand something very basic. With a good, healthy self-image, you understand she's got a problem. And you go down the street to find somebody else who doesn't have a problem. As I said to you in the first segment in this series, they're not rejecting you, they are refusing your offer. And if you can become emotionally attached to a degree, understanding that your success is not determined because one individual ran you off, then you're going to be far, far ahead of the game. Now, folks, I want to stress something here as strong as I can stress anything. I'm talking now from very personal experience. When I entered the world of selling at the age of 20, I had an extremely poor self-image. I literally was scared to death of my shadow. I had rejected myself. The image I had of myself was of a little guy from a little town who had struggled all of his life. Let me share with you just a couple of little incidents. I could have a prospect here and a prospect next door and a prospect 20 miles down the highway. Now, I would call on this first prospect right here, and then as a young salesman, I had an incredible ability. I could actually look at the outside of a house and tell you if it were the right psychological moment to make the call. In my mind, I could have them eating lunch from 11 o'clock in the morning until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I could visualize the baby asleep or the husband and wife having a big old argument. I could visualize everything going on. And besides, I needed to plan what I was going to say. And so down the highway, 20 miles down there, I'd go to see this new prospect. I justified the fact that I was busy working. But the truth of the matter is, I had rejected me, these people had rejected me, and I was not ready to go next door and face rejection again. I did some things as a young salesman. I'm going to share one of them with you because I don't believe there's a man or a woman or a young boy or girl who will ever listen to these recordings who will ever be any broker or any scareder or any more despondent or any more down in the dumps as a salesperson than I have been in my lifetime. I don't believe there's anybody who will ever listen to these recordings who's quit in their own minds as many times as I have quit in my own mind. Let me give you a classic example of what I'm talking about. For several months, it was nip and tuck as to whether we would even be able to continue to eat. And being in the cookware business, you know, that's pretty serious. We were behind in all of our bills. On one occasion, they cut my telephone off. On another occasion, they cut my lights off. Had to park my car 3 blocks from the house so I'd have something to drive the next day. And I don't know if any of you know what I'm talking about or not. But things were tough. Never will forget, some of the other guys were putting on group demonstrations, and I wanted to put on the group demonstrations. That's where, as I was talking earlier, you buy up a bunch of food, cook it for the hostess, see the prospects next day, you give the hostess a nice premium for having the prospects in. Well, these guys were selling like crazy, and I was struggling to survive on the individual calls, and so I wanted to do a group demonstration. Had some problems, though. Number 1, didn't know how to cook. Number 2, had never seen a demonstration. Number 3, didn't have the money to buy the food or the premium. But with the confidence that generally goes with ignorance, I figured I could handle the first 2. That is, learn how to cook and read the book and figure out how to put on a demonstration. Heard of a Mrs. B.C. Moore, and to this day, though this was 34 years ago, I can see it in my own mind. She lived at 2210 High Street, Columbia, South Carolina, right there on the corner of Colonial Drive. It was in a little white frame 2-story house on the top of the hill, had a big old fig tree in the backyard. The house was totally uninsulated, and she had a gas stove. I heard she had a set of our cookware, didn't like it because she didn't know how to use it. I went to Mrs. Moore and volunteered to teach her how to use that set of cookware if she would buy the groceries and invite in a couple of prospects. She agreed to do that. She invited a Mr. and Mrs. Clarence Spence and a Mr. and Mrs. M.P. Gates to the demonstration. I remember the demonstration vividly. I must have lost 5 pounds cooking that meal that evening. Hot? I cannot believe any place ever got that hot. But apparently everything was all right. At least I didn't burn anything. At the end of the demonstration, Mrs. Spence, who was Mrs. Moore's sister and who was living upstairs, gave a 5-minute speech on why she could not buy a set of cookware. They were building their new house, had to buy a lot of new furniture. They were already behind in some of their bills. They were broke. I mean, she went on and on. I started my own little private pity party right there. But she ended it up with the most beautiful words any salesman can ever hear. As she said, but you know, I'm always broke. I'm always in debt. And if I don't go ahead and get me that set of cookware now, I know I'll never get it. I'll take it. Mrs. M.P. Gates made the same little speech. I don't know whether the ladies were trying to impress their husbands or me or what the story was, but she made the same little speech, and she ended up by saying, but if I don't go ahead and get that nice set of matched cookware right now, I'll never get it. I'll take it. Now, folks, you got 2 prospects there with the money in their hot little hands saying, I'll take it. Now, suppose you were the salesman working on a commission, and you're so broke that if it didn't cost but 50 cents to go around the world, you couldn't have gotten out of sight. What would you have done? What would you have done at that precise moment, anybody? Write the order. Sure you would. Guess what old Zig did? Scout's honor, as we'd say down home. I did then exactly what I'm doing now. I looked at my watch. I said, ladies, I'd like the best in the world to sell you this set of cookware, but I can't, because I've got another appointment in just a few minutes. And I'm going to have to rush like crazy in order to get there. With 2 ladies with the money in their hot little hands saying, I'll take it. I said, oh, no, you won't. I got something important to do. I got an appointment down the way. Now, when I got there, naturally, the prospect was not there. I did sell Mrs. Gates and Mrs. Spence the next day. Well, let me ask you a question. How many of you in your dumbest, greenest day would ever have done such a ridiculously crazy thing as that? What I'm really saying is, if you got sense enough to get out of a telephone booth without written directions on the side, my friend, there is hope for you. I believe you can turn things around in one day. I believe you can do some amazing things. That doesn't mean that in one day you'll never have problems again, but I believe you can get started in the right directions with one bit of inspiration or one bit of instruction if you yourself are willing to take the initiative in learning and then doing. Never will I forget it. At an all-day training session in Charlotte, North Carolina. Spent the day, didn't learn a thing. You ever do one of those? I did. Drove back that night, had a demonstration, got in about 11:30. The baby kept us up most of the rest of the evening. 5:30 the next morning, the opportunity clock sounded off to roll me out of bed. Now, negative folks call it alarm clocks. Force of habit rolled me out of bed. I cracked the Venetian blinds, looked out. There were 10 inches of snow on the ground. I was driving a Chrysler automobile without a heater. Now, you think a Volkswagen is a compact. Let me tell you, the Volkswagen is a limousine compared to what the Chrysler was. With that snow on the ground, no heater, tired as I was, I did what any intelligent human being would do. That's right. I got right back in bed. But as I lay there, the words of my mother kept coming back to me. Son, if you're in something, get in it. If you're not in it, get out. You're not being fair to either you or the man you're working for. And Mother used that old colloquial expression. If you're hired out to a man, you're hired out to do everything he wants you to do. And if you cannot in good conscience do that, then you also should get out of that business. It's not fair to either one of you. One of the things I had promised my sales manager and friend by then, Bill Cranford, was if he'd give me a chance to sell the cookware. You see, it took me over 2 months to convince him that I could sell it. Literally. I worked on a commission, had to buy my own samples, and he still didn't think I could sell. And of course, as I've indicated, the first 2.5 years, all I did was prove he'd been right to start with. Now, that didn't mean I didn't sell much, because I did. I sold my furniture, sold my car. And that's not too far from the truth. But I had promised Bill that I would never miss a sales meeting. And in 2.5 years, though I had not set the woods on fire, so to speak, though I was struggling and starving, not only had I never missed a sales meeting, I had never even been late for one. And as I lay there, I knew that I could not stay in that bed. I got out. That's the day my whole world turned around. That's the reason I believe that when I die, and I hope that's going to be a long way off, I sometimes wrestle with what I want put on my tombstone. I think I want Zig Ziglar, salesman, and before the evening is over, you'll understand why I'm so proud to be a salesman. But I might have, he wouldn't quit. Because, folks, I'm absolutely convinced that is what separates, ultimately, the extremely successful professional in any field of endeavor, whether it's in selling, dentistry, medicine, law, or a household executive. I believe that ultimately is what separates the successful from those who just struggle along. I got out of that bed that morning. I went to that meeting. There were only about 20 people there, and a man named P.C. Merrill, who was my hero, was conducting the session that day. Mr. Merrill had written the training programs, had set all of the training records. When the session was over, and to this day I have no earthly idea what was covered in the regular session. But when it was over, he called me aside and he said, "Zig, I'd like to talk with you privately." Thrilled me to death that my hero wanted to spend a couple of minutes with me alone. I'll tell you, the whole conversation couldn't have lasted more than 2 minutes. He said to me, "Zig, I've watched you for 2.5 years, and I have never seen such a waste." Now, that'll get your attention. I said, "Well, Mr. Merrill, what do you mean?" And he said, "Zig, I believe you could be a great one. I believe you could be a national champion. I believe you could go to the top. I believe that someday you could even become an executive in this company if you just believed in yourself and went to work on a regular schedule." All of my life I had seen myself as a survivor, the little guy from the little town who would struggle. Here's a man in whom I had complete faith and trust who said, "You could be a great one." I believed him. When I had the demonstration that night, I did not go there as the little guy who would struggle all of his life. I went there as a national champion. 3 prospects, 3 easiest sales ever made in my life. Before the year was over, I was the number 2 salesman in America out of over 7,000 salespeople. I had swapped that little Chrysler for a luxury automobile. Had the best promotion the company had. The next year I was the highest paid man in the United States with that entire company as a manager. Now, folks, the only thing that changed was my image. But now let me tell you something. Please don't miss this, because this is a critical point. I knew by then how to knock on those doors. I knew how to conduct those demonstrations. I knew how to close the sale. Zig Ziglar, the salesman, was ready. But Zig Ziglar, the man, was not ready until that day when Mr. Merrill changed my thinking about myself by saying some important words to me. When you see yourself, when that image improves, when it changes, then you're going to be far more effective as a salesperson. That's the reason I urge you, get involved in whatever is necessary to get your image where it belongs. And again, there are many good books on the market. There are many good recordings. There are many good courses. There are many things you can do which definitely will improve that image. The second phase of attitude I want to talk about is your attitude towards your prospect. How do you see the other person? If you see them as a sale where you can make a buck, it's going to come through. But if you see that individual as a person who has some needs and you can help meet those needs, then you're going to have an infinitely better chance of making that sale. Your relationship with others, your attitude towards them is so critically important. When you get wrapped up thinking in terms of, boy, if I make this sale, I'm going to make this money. If I make this sale, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do the other. Sure as shooting, the feeling which you have there is transferred to the other person, and you're not going to sell nearly as much. You gotta look at that prospect and solve their problem. Again, and yet again. Remember, the prospect wants his problem solved. If what you're selling will solve it, he's open to a skillful presentation by a sincere man or woman who's concerned about solving their problems. You see, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm really saying is if you want to build a career in the world of selling, you need to get deeply involved in seeing things from the other side of the table.
We'll hear more now about the sales profession, how America is a land of salespeople, about the importance of pride. Here's Zig Ziglar.
In building winning attitudes and developing winning relationships with others, one of the critical things that a salesperson must understand is that you must not confuse your taste or your situation with theirs. You might be conservative, they might be liberal. They might like bright colors, you might like subdued colors. They might like stripes and you like patterns. But what you're trying to do is understand the things that they want. Now, this is especially significant in dealing with the financial realm. If you're selling high-priced jewelry or luxury automobiles or $500,000 homes or something like that, and while the prospects are looking at it, you're thinking to yourself, boy, I sure couldn't afford anything like this. You better be careful that you will communicate that to that prospect. You're not buying. You're selling. You want to help them solve their problems, fill their needs, and find out what it is they want. Yes, your attitude towards yourself is important. Your attitude towards others is important. And your attitude toward the profession of selling is important. America is the greatest land because we're a land of salespeople. Salespeople have always played a tremendously important part in America, in the role we play, in the activities that we have. Now, when I talk about things like this, about selling as courtship, about servicing accounts, about the fact that America is a great land because we're a land of salespeople, we need to explore really what the advantages are and the benefits of being a salesperson might be. I can say to you that if my son were to ever come to me and ask me what career I think would offer him the most security, I would tell him, son, I believe the profession of selling is the most secure of all the professions. If he would say to me, well, Dad, isn't that a commission job? I would say, yes, son, selling is a commission job, as is everything else a commission job. Whether you're a dentist, a doctor, a secretary, or the manager of a plant, you're on commission for the very simple reason that if you don't perform effectively, you're soon going to lose your job or your customers or your business. My friends, you're on a commission whether you're on a salary or not. And you can even go to the top. You can get the biggest job in the whole world. You can get to be the President of the United States, and if you don't produce, they'll flat get you. Yes, selling is a tremendously secure profession for those who produce. Never will I forget, a number of years ago, I was conducting a seminar in Atlanta, Georgia, similar to this one this evening. And before I got started, two young men came up and said, we'd like to get our money back on our tickets. We just lost our job as salespeople, and if we're not in the world of selling, we don't need to have more sales training. So I said to the guys, well, look, fellas, let me ask you, do you like to sell? They said, sure, we love to sell. I said, well, what happened? They said, well, in a nutshell, we had a personality conflict with the manager, and we no longer have a job. Guys, I'd say 28 to 30 years old, very neatly dressed, aggressive-looking, sharp young men. And I said, well, let me ask you a question. Would you like to stay in the world of selling? They said, sure. I said, if I can get you a dozen interviews tonight, would you be willing to fill them? They said, we sure would. And so when we got to a particular point in the presentation that evening, I asked the audience a question, which is the same question I will ask you. How many of you have been in the world of selling as long as 4 years? Can I see your hands? How many of you remember the recession of 1981-82? Can I see your hand? How many of you made more money in 81 than you did in 1980? I'm talking about selling now, okay? How many of you made more money in 1982 selling than you did in 1981? How many of you made more money in 1983 than you did in 1982? I'm talking about in selling. How many of you are making more money in 1984 than you made in 1983? Can I see your hand? Now, let me tell you something about security and selling. Your business is never good or bad out there. Your business is either good or bad right here between your own two ears. And if your thinking is stinking, your business is going to be in exactly the same shape. Let me tell you why selling is so secure. We deal with recessions, and you did say you remembered that recession of 81 and 82. We deal with recessions entirely different in the sales world than they do in the rest of the business world. In the rest of the business world, when a recession is announced, you know, they cut out some of the lights, they cut down on the advertising, they let 3 of the janitors go, 2 of the secretaries, 4 of the file clerks, and they cut here and there and the other, and they call a local pity party, you know, get everybody together and say things are tight, but we're going to pull in the belts, we're going to cut down the lights, and with a lot of luck and help from everybody, I just believe we're going to make it, we got to stay with it. Oh, the way they handle it is really something. In the world of selling, the way they handle it, they get everybody together, and the sales manager gets up and gives them a little speech. He said, we figured out the problem. Everybody's saying there's a recession going on out there. We figured out how to beat it. All we've got to do is figure out a way to reduce our sales. Now what he generally says? Yeah, in a pig's eye he does. He gets up there and he says, you've been reading in the newspaper where there is a recession. Well, as my friend Don Hudson says, the media has accurately predicted 18 of the last 2 recessions. And I believe he knew exactly what he was talking about. You see, when a sales organization is encountering a recession, they get everybody together, the sales manager gets up and says, you've been hearing about all these things. Well, let me tell you what we're going to do. We're going to put on a contest like you have never seen before. We're going to have prizes galore. We're going to embark on a new motivation and training program. We're going to bring out some new items and some new ideas. We're going to get out there and we're going to sell. We're going to sell more than ever before. Now, at that point, I asked the audience, how many of you during the recession of 1981-82, which is what I'll ask you right now, knew somebody who was honest, sincere, dedicated, conscientious, and hardworking, who was in the flying airplanes, or being a stewardess, or being an educator, or a plant worker, or a manufacturer, or a laborer? How many of you knew some people who had ability, but who nevertheless lost their job during those 81-82? Sure, we all did, regardless there. We knew lots of people who lost their jobs. But I challenge you to name me just one honest, sincere, dedicated, conscientious, hardworking, productive salesperson who lost their job during the Depression. You see, any time anything's going on, a salesperson can in fact get a job the day they lose the one they had, if they will really get out and sell as hard for the new job as they were selling products before. Yes, selling is a remarkably secure profession. What happens when you sell things? Well, let me give you an exact idea. Down in Cuba, when Castro and his Cuban cohorts took over back, I believe it was 1958, had salesmen everywhere. Business was good. No products were rationed. Nothing was in short supply. Things were going great. Then the communists came in and set up that socialistic system. You don't see salespeople anywhere. Many things are rationed. Many things you can't get at any price. A lot of people say, well, you know, if things are in short supply, you sure don't need salespeople. But let me tell you something, my friends. When they had the salesmen, they had the surplus. Because you see, salespeople get things to happening. They move merchandise. And that is what it's really all about. Now, let me tell you actually what happens when you make a sale. A lot of people don't really understand the critical importance of their role. But when you make a sale, an awful lot of things happen. To begin with, you write the order on an order pad. How many of you use an order pad or sales slip when you make a sale? Can I see your hands? I guess that includes everybody that sells, doesn't it? Well, you got to understand that that order pad did not start out as an order pad. It started as a tree. And somebody had to go out in the woods and cut the tree down before you could make the sale. Before you'd have the order pad. You're the person who paid those people who went out in the woods and cut that tree down when you got out there and made a sale. They hauled it to the paper mill. You're the person who paid those people to haul that tree to the paper mill when you got out there and made that sale. Hundreds of people involved in manufacturing that tree and the paper. You're the person who paid those people to manufacture that tree and the paper when you got out there and made that sale. Not only that, but you see, when you made the sale, you made a profit. Not only did you make a profit, but your manager made a profit, and if you're lucky, your company made a profit. That way you can stay in business. You take part of your profit, you go to the grocery store and you buy a can of beans, and the groceryman in essence said, if you're going to buy my beans, I got to get some more. He goes to the wholesaler and said, need more beans. Wholesaler said, if you're going to buy my beans, I got to get some more. more. He goes to the cannery and said, need more beans. The cannery said, if you're going to buy my beans, I got to get some more. He goes to the farmer and said, need more beans. Farmer said, if you're going to buy my beans, I got to raise some more to do that. Got to get a new tractor because the one I got's all worn out. He goes down to the dealer and said, hey, I got to have a new tractor. The dealer said, if you're going to buy my new tractors, I got to manufacture some more. I go to the manufacturer because this is the last one I got. He goes to the manufacturer and said, got to have more tractors. Manufacturer said, if you're going to buy more tractors, I got to manufacture some more myself. To do that, got to bring in iron, copper, plastic, steel, aluminum, lead, zinc, spark plugs. We got to set up factories all over the world. And all of that happened one day, my friend, because you got out there and made a sale. Yes, selling is a marvelous profession. And when somebody says anything derogatory about the profession of selling, you ought to tell them what I just told you. Except speed it up a little bit. I mean, you don't want to spend too much time on it. Whether the person is a postmaster or the postman, whether it's the superintendent or the teacher, whether it is the general or the private, whether it's the owner of the biggest corporation or the guy who sweeps the floor, anybody who says anything derogatory about the profession of selling, you ought to level on them, look them dead center and say, my friends, you've got the freedom and the security and the income you've got because there are people like me who are selling and keeping the wheels of industry turning. Now, why do I stress this so strongly? Because your pride in your profession will give you a definite added advantage over those who do not understand the advantages of being in the world of selling. There's so many factors, and a lot of times people say, well, Zig, if it's such a great profession, why does it have the kind of reputation that it does? Well, one of our basic problems is that we've sold our goods, our products, and our services, but we've never really sold our profession of selling. I've had any number of people who took great pride in the company they represented, took great pride in what the company itself stood for, but for whatever reason they seem to be a little embarrassed to say, I am a salesperson. One of the greatest professions of all. That's the first thing. We've not really sold the profession itself. The second thing is, in the early days, the Yankee peddler achieved a degree of notoriety that, unfortunately, a lot of people still relate to. Many people think a good salesman is somebody who makes you want something you don't really need, or high pressures you into buying something you don't really want. And as you know, as professional, that is the furthest thing from what a salesperson really is. And then Arthur Miller wrote that abominable monstrosity called Death of a Salesman. And not only did they have it as a New York play, it looks like for eons of time, but they put it on television not once, not twice, but 3 times. And then, as if that wasn't enough, the rascal goes to China and sells them on the idea that they ought to be showing about Willie Loman. The epitome of a loser, has no bearing, no relationship whatever to what a professional salesperson is. And today, of course, Dustin Hoffman is starring in Death of a Salesman. They're reviving it, and just as certain as God made those little green apples, they're going to put it on television again one of these days. We should rise up in protest because it absolutely depicts an untrue, unfair picture of what selling is all about. And then there was Professor Harold Hill in The Music Man, River City. The consummate con man is what it's all about. And too many people view the professional salesperson in that light instead of in the true light in what he is. Fortunately, much of that is changing, and there are many people today who are beginning to get a clearer idea of what it really is to be a salesperson. Several years ago, the Secretary of Commerce of the United States said that what we need definitely is 1 million more salespeople. Because salespeople are the ones who keep that economy moving. The thing I love about the sales profession, among other things, is the fact that we have such an incredibly long lifespan as salespeople. I started selling when I was 8 years old. I feel like I am just now beginning to hit my peak and believe that I'll be able to sustain this for another 30 or 40 years, and then I'll be able to coast pretty comfortably the last 30 or 40 years as a salesperson. Now, for the benefit of those of you who are just laughing, let me tell you about Victor Christian, who out in South Pasadena, California. He is 95 years old. He's been selling automobiles for 78 years. He's now writing a book on the automobile industry and selling. You see, the beautiful thing about a lengthy career is the fact that you can build those customers, build the clientele. You can do an awful lot of additional things throughout those declining years. But you don't have to wait till you're an old man in order to do it. Larry Hall's there in Richardson, Texas, goes to Highland Park High School. He's had his Social Security number ever since he was 10 years old. His mother has a window treatment shop. They call it the Blind Spot, and Larry sells in excess of $50,000 a month himself, and he's still a student in school. I love the profession of selling because there are so many advantages to it. But let me read something here to you, which when I read it, it just really, I felt the chill bumps on the chill bumps, because it really describes the role of the salesperson. It's entitled, I Am a Salesman, and the author is unknown. I wish to goodness I knew who it was. I am proud to be a salesman, because more than any other man, I and millions of others like me built America. The man who builds a better mousetrap or a better anything would starve to death if he waited for people to beat a pathway to his door. Regardless of how good or how needed the product or service might be, it has to be sold. Eli Whitney was laughed at when he showed his cotton gin. Edison had to install his electric light free of charge in an office building before anyone would even look at it. The first sewing machine was smashed to pieces by a Boston mob. People scoffed at the idea of railroads. They thought that even traveling 30 miles an hour would stop the circulation of the blood. McCormick strived for 14 years to get people to use his reaper. Westinghouse was considered a fool for stating that he could stop a train with wind. Morse had to plead before 10 Congresses before they would even look at his telegraph. The public didn't go around demanding these things. They had to be sold. They needed thousands of salesmen, trailblazers, pioneers, people who could persuade with the same effectiveness as the inventor could invent. Salesmen took these inventions, sold the public on what these products could do, taught customers how to use them, and then taught businessmen how to make a profit from them. As a salesman, I've done more to make America what it is today than any other person you know. I was just as vital in your great-great-grandfather's day as I am in yours, and I'll be just as vital in your great-great-grandson's day. I've educated more people, created more jobs, taken more drudgery from the laborer's work, given more profits to businessmen, and have given more people a fuller and richer life than anyone in history. I've dragged prices down, pushed quality up, and made it possible for you to enjoy the comforts and luxuries of automobiles, radios, electric refrigerators, televisions, and air-conditioned homes and buildings. I've healed the sick, given security to the aged, and put thousands of young men and women through college. I've made it possible for inventors to invent, for factories to hum, and for ships to sail the 7 seas. How much money you find in your pay envelope next week, and whether in the future you will enjoy the luxuries of prefabricated homes, stratospheric flying airplanes, and a new world of jet propulsion and atomic power, depends on me. The loaf of bread that you bought today was on a baker's shelf because I made sure that a farmer's wheat got to a mill, that the mill made the wheat into flour, and that the flour was delivered to your baker. Without me, the wheels of industry would come to a grinding halt, and with that, jobs, marriages, politics, and freedom of thought would be a thing of the past. I am a salesman, and I'm both proud and grateful that as such I serve my family, my fellow man, and my country. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that unknown author deserves a rounding round of applause. What do you say? I'm proud to be a salesman because did you know that with the exception of the ministry and conductors of philharmonic orchestras that we have the longest lifespan of anyone? Did you know that we have one of the lowest rates of divorce? I bet that surprises some of you. A lot of people say, yeah, but that's just because you salespeople sell each other on staying together. I don't know about that. It might be true, but nevertheless, the rate is one of the lowest in all the professions. We have the lowest rate of suicide and the lowest rate of nervous breakdown of any of the professions. We have one of the highest rates of home ownership, one of the highest rates of paying taxes, and one of the highest voting rates of any of the professions in America today. You betcha I'm proud to be a salesman. Let me start out by saying that the most outstanding salesman or saleslady that you know started out exactly as most of you did. That is, as a stumbling, bumbling, scared, and in most cases broke individual, with hands that consisted of all thumbs and a tongue that was about 3 inches thick when they opened their mouth to utter those first words in their first sales presentation. How many of you remember the first prospect you ever talked to? Can I see your hand? Let me just briefly start by sharing with you my first prospect. Hot August day, this was way back yonder in 1947. Now that's a long time ago. In those days, salespeople, and we were in direct sales, wore suits. It was August, but there I had on a suit of clothes. I well remember I'd borrowed $50 to get started, bought myself a suit of clothes, a nice little briefcase, and a hat. In those days, we wore hats. I'd gone through the training school. I was all ready to go. We were out knocking on doors. We had a, quote, canned presentation in those days. Never will I forget, I took my wife with me on my first call. Now, she was out in the car. I don't know what help she was going to be, but, you know, there was a certain amount of comfort to know that there she was in case somebody got after me. To this day, I could drive to that first house that I knocked on, if it's still there. Knocked on the door, and the little lady came to it. She, I guess, was about 65, 70, maybe 75 years old. Relatively harmless. I mean, actually, I weighed her about 150 pounds at that time. But when she opened that door, my carefully canned, planned sales presentation went right down the drain. And I tried to say something, and almost nothing would come out. And finally she, sensing my difficulty, said, young man, would you like a drink of water? Well, I didn't realize how thirsty I was until that precise moment, but when she offered me that drink of water, I gladly accepted it. That was my first presentation, and I'll never forget it. I have forgotten whether I told her the purpose of my mission or not. I was so delighted to get out of there alive, and I promise you, I am not exaggerating when I say that. Yes, everybody starts in essentially the same place. I want to point out something which a lot of people don't understand, really, about the world of selling. It's relatively easy to teach somebody how to sell. To use the right words, the right phrases, how to demonstrate the product, that really is not that difficult. Whether you happen to be a school teacher or a child or that professional in the world of selling, the principles are the same. Now, here's a question I want to ask you. How many of you have ever been on your way to work? As you were driving along to work, your mind was neither positive nor negative. You were just kind of in neutral riding along. And all of a sudden, some idiot pulls out in front of you. I mean, he cuts you off at the pass, and you have to hit your brakes and you hit your horn all at the same time. And when you do, you proceed to give him a piece of your mind. Why don't you watch where you're going, you dummy? I could have been killed. Ought to put people like you in jail. That's what they ought to do. Life's not safe around here anymore. Don't get you off the streets, and if I catch you, I'm going to do exactly that. Oh, you're really upset. You get on down to the office, and what do? You tell the first person you see about these dumb drivers around here. Ought to put them in jail. Your life is not safe anymore. And you go on and on. You tell the second person you see, and the third person you see, and the fourth person you see about these crazy drivers around. You must be drunk or on drugs or something else. Your life's not safe anymore. And you go on and on. And in the meantime, the man who committed the dastardly deed rides merrily along, completely unaware of the fact that he is in complete control of you. Completely unaware of the fact that you even exist. And yet he's telling you how to think, how to act, and how to perform. He's affecting your relationship with those people who are under you, those who are over you, those who are around you. He is in charge of your productivity. And as I say, he doesn't even know that you exist. It is the ultimate put down. Now, what I'm getting at is this. You have reacted to a situation in life. And the question I ask is, do you respond to life or do you react to life? Let me share this little personal experience. A few years ago, I was leaving the bank down in Dallas, and as I left the bank and pulled out into the flow of traffic, I did it half right. Now, what that means is I looked to the right. And as I started to pull out into the flow of traffic, all of a sudden I heard the screeching of brakes and the sounding of a horn, and I hit my brakes very quickly and looked up just in time to see this big dude come riding by in a big old Mercedes automobile. And he had the fiercest look on his face I have ever seen in my life. I'll tell you, if looks could have killed people, I'd have been a dead man right then and there. If looks would melt steel, I would have had to bought myself a new car. I mean, I've never seen anything quite like it in my life. And as he rode past, I looked up at him and I said, "Hi!" The guy did a double take, and he shook his head and said, "Hi!" Probably wondering who in the world was that. Now, I believe, ladies and gentlemen, that is a better response than for me to shake my fist at him and invite him to get out of his car and come on back, and why don't you watch where you're going, you dummy, and have him stop and back up and come pull me out of my car and whoop up on me. I just believe that I had the proper response. Now let me stress something. To respond is positive, to react is negative. You get sick and go to the doctor, he gives you a prescription, says, "See me tomorrow." You go back the next day and he starts shaking his head and says, "Man, we've got to do something, got to change the prescription." Your body is reacting to the medicine. But if you go back the next day and he smiles and says, "Hey, it's working," your body is responding to the medicine, and everybody's happy and excited. Now let me ask you, how many of you in this live audience have ever been stood up on an appointment which you had firmly said? Can I see your hands? How many of you have ever had somebody share with you that they weren't particularly enamored of you, your company, your product, your goods, your services, and furthermore, they didn't really care for you sticking around or them wanting to do business with you anymore? How many of you have ever, in short, been rejected by someone else? Can I see your hands, ladies and gentlemen? Well, you see, to miss a sale is not necessarily negative, not necessarily bad, if you can learn from it, first of all, and unless you let it affect you negatively on the next call you go on. Now, if it affects you negatively, which means simply you have reacted to it, then it can be a very, very bad situation. So the question is, do you respond or do you react? I think it's true that in the world of selling, every human being who ever sells, unless they're in a store where everybody comes in and they never make phone calls and never go see anybody, everybody has been stood up on appointments. Everybody, if they've been in the business very long, has had those occasions when something they said, maybe they were just mildly persistent, but they raised the dander of another individual, and so they are subject to some verbal abuse. Now, if you can understand, in most cases, the intent of the other individual is not to hurt you, but rather it reveals that they themselves are hurting. And if you can understand that, that helps make it a little easier for you to sell more, do more, be more, have more. Makes it easier for you, if you will, to build your sales career. Do you respond or do you react? Judge Ziglar, who happens to be my brother, one of the outstanding speakers on the platform in America today, in 1964 set the record for the Salad Master Corporation out of Dallas, Texas. And that record stood for several years. Obviously, with inflation and everything since then, it's been broken a number of times. But he sold in 1964 over $104,000 worth of cookware that year. That is a lot of cookware, especially for those days. But he, like all the rest of us, on occasion was stood up on his appointments. And so we simply call this the stood-up close. And he would conduct these group demonstrations, cook up a bunch of food, as I've indicated earlier. And the couples would come in and make the appointments to see them the next day. Well, he'd get there the next day at the appointed time, precisely, let's say, at 6:30. And in getting the appointments the night before, he'd found out what their working hours were. And so he was there at 6:30. There wasn't a sign of a human being there. Well, now, the average salesperson, when they're greeted with a situation like that, they mutter under their breath and say, "I can't understand people give you an appointment. It's just not right. I don't know about folks like that. Matter of fact, I don't know about this profession of selling." All they really get upset. When Judge Ziglar was stood up on an appointment like that, it just tickled him to death. He grinned from ear to ear. He said he knew, and he knew that here was a sure sale. He could not get over the excitement of them not being there. The next day, at precisely the same time, at 6:30, he would again show up on that front door. And he would be so apologetic. He'd say, you know, I'm just so embarrassed about yesterday. I did everything I could to see you, but it just wasn't possible. Now, let me stress the point. He had done everything humanly possible to see them. He had been there. And he said you would be amazed at the number of full-grown people who would let him take the blame for their discourtesy. Then he'd kind of grin and say he knew he had to sell because if they didn't have enough backbone to greet him the first day, what kind of chance do they have against a highly motivated, dedicated, committed, highly professional, enthusiastic salesman who completely and totally believed in the product he was selling? Yeah, he said, when they stood me up, I would always grin and write that one in the book as a sure sale. Yeah, he said, I knew I had it. How many of you are in a sales situation where you have to sometimes deal with every member of the family, including the 3-year-olds, the 2-year-olds, the 8-year-olds, and everybody else? How many of you have ever been in a sales situation where you're trying to demonstrate something and little Sally, who needs her diapers changed, comes crawling in, you know, and starts getting around into the things you are? Or the 5-year-old kid comes running in and stomps in the briefcase. How many of you have ever been in a situation where a child just gets all over the place? And the parents, you know, would say, now, Sally, don't you do that. Or, son, don't mess with the salesman samples. My brother has said on many occasions he's had the husband and the wife wringing their hands, and finally the husband says to the wife, can't you do something with that child? And after a period of time, you know, they're pleading, son, won't you please behave? And my brother gets all excited again. He says he knows if they can't handle a 3-year-old child, how are they going to be able to deal with a highly enthusiastic, completely motivated, dedicated, turned-on salesperson? He said, I love to see the kids climbing over everything. He said, I know I got me a sale. Now, let me stress a point, and we call that the impossible child close. But let me say something here that is so critically important, lest we not miss the critical area of what we're talking about. And that is this, his conviction in the product. He said, and my brother loves all people, but he particularly loves little children. And he's especially concerned about those who do not have the advantages and benefits of parents who love them enough to discipline them and require that they act properly when they have guests in the house. He said the chances are pretty solid that they're never going to get the right food, the right care, the right anything else. And he said he gets more determined than ever to make certain that they at least have the benefit of having a set of cookware in that home so that if they do decide to cook, they'll be able to cook the food in the most nutritious way possible. Yes, you can either respond and make the sale or you can react and miss the sale. It really, in many cases, is about that simple. But you see, the salesperson doesn't sell. It is the whole person who sells. The complete man, the complete woman is what I'm talking about when I say the whole person. Now, we want to explore some of the characteristics of the professional salesperson because I believe if we understand something about this professional, it will make it easier for us to sell more. Please understand that, first of all, the professional understands that logic makes people think, but emotion makes them act. If you use all logic in a sales presentation, you're going to end up with the best educated prospect in town who will go right down the street and buy from somebody else. If you use all emotion in a sales presentation, you might well motivate them into taking some action tonight, but then the probability of a cancellation tomorrow is greatly increased. But if you tie the logic and the emotion together, making them want to own what you're selling now, but logically giving them enough reasons so they can justify the purchase not only to themselves, but to their wives, to their husbands, to their CPA, to the banker, to the brother-in-law, to the next-door neighbors, and everybody else. That's really where logic and why it is so important for what happens after the sale. So the professional understands that he must deal with both logic and emotion as well. Now let me stress a point. The eye primarily are the source of our logic. The ears are the source of our emotion. And to give you an illustration which all of you will understand, if I write that redhead of mine a letter and tell her how much I love her,
She appreciates that, and she is delighted to get it. And I often do that very thing, because she sees it now in black and white, and there it is, the record is there. She responds to that in a certain way. But if I whisper into her ear how much I love her, I can tell you that the response from that, the emotional response, is infinitely greater. You see, the eye is logic, the ear is emotion. And what we are attempting to say is that you tie logic and emotion together as often as you can in a presentation. Now, in America, we have been conditioned to believe the things that we see and to doubt the things that we hear. And that started really when you were born. At the date of your birth, there you were laying down in the crib in the hospital, and you heard some words come down the corridor. Well, Charlie, you can't believe everything you hear. Now, y'all know that's can't believe everything you hear. And you've heard that 1,000,000 times since birth. But while you were in that crib, you also started hearing something else. Listen, I was there. I saw it. I saw it with my own two eyes, and seeing is believing. Yeah, even though it ain't. We have been conditioned to believe that it is. Now, what I mean when I say, even though it ain't, let me see if I can demonstrate a couple of things for you. Would you just empty your hands for a moment, please? Just empty your hands. I'm going to ask you to do something for me. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3, go. Then I want you, if you will, just slap your hands, okay? 1, 2, 3, go. Now, if you'll turn your recording back and listen to what just happened, you will notice that even though I slowed my presentation down dramatically, even though I instructed you specifically, even though I demonstrated exactly what I wanted you to do, you did not pay any attention at all to what I was saying, but you were watching me carefully, and you did exactly what I did. You see, you have been conditioned to do exactly the same thing. Another example, if you and I were to see a traffic accident, same time, same place, under exactly the same circumstances, chances are excellent that 20 minutes later, you'd be given a wrong report on it. At least one of us would be given a wrong report on it. Maybe both of us would be given a wrong report. And yet there we were. We saw everything that took place. Another example. We watch our Sunday's Heroes, and the good guy goes out to catch the pass. And just about to catch it, the bad guy comes along and slaps it away. And we jump up off the sofa, we're watching on television. We rant and we rave and we whoop and we shout and we snort and we scream and we holler. And we accuse the official of being dumb and blind and prejudiced and biased. Why, he fouled our man. Anybody could see it. He fouled our man. Those dumb, blind officials, I don't know what we're going to do with them. Oh, we're upset. Then they run a replay. And we say, well, it's about time they got one right. They've been missing them all day long. You see, just because you see it doesn't necessarily mean that's the way it is. But the American public has been conditioned to believe that seeing is believing, and with that in mind, we need to let them see, but we also need to let them hear. Please remember that the prospect does not buy based on what you tell them. They do not buy based on what you show them. They do buy based on what you tell them and show them, which they believe. That's the reason I keep talking about the credibility of the salesperson, himself or herself. Because regardless of who you are and regardless of what you sell, whether you're a dentist, a salesperson, whatever it is that you do, many of these characteristics will be just as applicable as they are for the person who is specifically selling a product. The high-performing sales professionals are total, well-balanced people with integrity who are knowledgeable and aggressively caring in their creative approach to solving problems. Now, I want you to notice one thing. The second thing about this professional is he is a team player with integrity. One of the most exciting stories that I think I've ever heard has to do with an incident that took place on a railroad a number of years ago. It's a hot August day. The sun is beaming down. There's a work crew out doing some repair work on the railroad. They're next to a siding. And all of a sudden, a train approaches and pulls off on the adjoining track. And a window comes up and a loud voice calls out to the work crew, Dave! Dave Anderson, is that you? And the work crew chief shouted back, yeah, Jim, it is. Jim Murphy said, why don't you come on in, let's talk a while. Well, old Dave was delighted to get out of that hot sun. He went into this fancy, air-conditioned, luxury, private car there on the railroad and visited with Jim Murphy for the better part of an hour. At the end of the hour, he made his departure, and as he walked back to his crew, the crew looked at him in amazement and said, Dave, why, that was Jim Murphy. Dave said, yes, sure was. They said, but Jim Murphy is the president of the railroad. And Dave said, well, nobody knows that better than I do. And the guy said, well, how in the world did you get to be such good buddies with Jim Murphy, the president of this railroad? Dave said, well, it's very simple. When I went to work over 20 years ago with this railroad, Jim Murphy went to work the same day. We've been friends ever since. And they said, well, Dave, now we're puzzled. Over 20 years ago, you both went to work on the same day, and he's now the president of the railroad, and you're still out here working in the hot sun. Why is that? And Dave Anderson looked at him and softly and obviously pretty sadly said, a little over 20 years ago, Jim Murphy went to work for the railroad. I went to work for $1.75 an hour. The mark of the professional is that he or she are vitally interested in the success of their company, in the growth of their company, in the growth of the people who are around them, in the well-being of their customers. The professional is a person who is interested in selling today so that they can sell more tomorrow. The professional is a person who is consistent in his life, his personal life, his family life, and his business life. A number of years ago, when we first moved to Dallas, I was the vice president in charge of training for a company in Dallas, and we hired a new middle manager. He'd been with us about 3 days when he and I got out on the golf course. I came back after the golf game, and I said to the president of the company, he won't be with us more than 3 months maximum. He said, why not? And I said, he cheats in golf. Any man who will cheat in golf will cheat anywhere. Now, it is one thing, on occasion, to miss counting a stroke, maybe one time on rare events, particularly if you're about a 61 handicapper or something like that. But when you're a reasonably good golfer, you don't miss counting 5 strokes in one 9-hole golf game. You just don't do it. I said, this guy will be gone within 3 months. It was less than 3 weeks before he made his departure. Your business life, your professional life, your personal life have all got to be consistent if you're going to be a successful career builder in selling. The professional thinks in terms of service, but he also thinks in terms of his ability to make the sale on a specific call. He expects to make the sale. The professional has a good sense of humor. He takes his profession and his prospects seriously, but not himself. He clearly understands that school is never out for the pro. He studies his prospects. He studies his company. He studies his literature. He studies human nature. He knows that if he is going to change his status in life, he must change his performance to do that. The pro understands his prospects will make their decisions based on what they understand and believe. The professional lives selling. He gets up thinking sales. He drives to work thinking sales. He has lunch thinking sales. Everywhere he goes, he is thinking sales. It is his life. It is his business. And when he gets home, he is still selling. But when he gets home, he has an entirely different sales approach. Because now he's selling his wife. He's selling his children. He's selling his family. From his heart, he must sell his children on being the best possible children. From his heart, he sells his wife on the idea that he's a good husband, or the wife sells her husband that she's a good wife. Then they demonstrate the point to make the wishes come true. In short, this professional is other people conscious. The professional is an optimist. He looks on the bright side of life. He knows that the average prospect he deals with faces enough doom and gloom in their life. He understands that he controls the buying climate, and consequently does not walk in talking about gloom and doom. When he walks to the prospect or the prospect comes to see him, he brings good news. I know you heard about the little community that wanted to set up a pessimist club to illustrate this point, but nobody thought it would work. Now, that situation, you see, that situation prevails in too many people's lives. The professional is a thinker. He clearly understands that it is better to emulate genius than it is to create mediocrity. And so he goes to school constantly. He is career-oriented. Every action he takes is with the idea in mind of building a career rather than just making a sale. Sometimes you can make a sale and it will hurt you far more than making the sale, if you make it under the wrong conditions. The professional possesses conviction, concern, confidence, and courage. His conviction is strong that his product will solve the prospect's problem. Please remember, as I will say no less than a dozen times throughout this series, if your product will solve the prospect's problem, that prospect is even more interested in buying than you are in selling. It's a question of persuading him or her that what you've got is the solution to that problem. His concern is genuine that the prospect buy now for his own benefit. His confidence is strong that he can persuade the prospect to take action, and his courage is such that he's able to talk the prospect into taking action now. A lot of merchandise ain't bought because nobody asked the customer to buy. The professional asks for the order, and he has the courage that he's going to get the right answer. The professional is a man or woman of principle. He understands that the man or woman who won't stand for something will fall for anything. He knows if he adds one small bit to the truth, that you inevitably subtract a great deal from the truth. As time changes, the professional changes. He changes procedures and techniques, but he never changes the concepts and philosophy of delivering as much as possible, as enthusiastically as possible, at the lowest fair price. The professional knows that all the knowledge contained in the books in the Library of Congress won't work without the magic of common sense and judgment. In the final analysis, he understands that his career will depend on what he does with what he knows, not just what he knows. The professional understands that a green salesman is better than a blue one, and consequently, he continues to grow. He understands what Dr. Robert Schuller said, that spectacular achievement is always preceded by unspectacular preparation. The blood, the sweat, and the tears. Again, as an aside in my own life, many times people are complimentary about my career as a speaker. What a lot of them don't realize, as many of you have heard me say, I made over 3,000 speeches before I ever received a fee for making a one. Persistence, pure, simple, dogged persistence, is a thing that separates the people who ultimately become successful in the world of selling. I believe that the professional understands that and is willing to completely stay with it. The professional understands completely that competition is getting keener all the time, and so he must do the same thing. Several years ago when I was in Australia, I met Dr. Joseph Bracich, who is a body language expert. Dr. Bracich says if you're going to build a sales career, you got to use the recency, frequency, potency, recommendation formula if you're going to get there. Now, recency obviously means how long has it been since you were there to see your customers. As a friend, to remind them that now's the time for you to do more business. Frequency, how often do you put your name in front of that prospect or that customer to let them know that you're there to do business? How many of you recognize the name Joe Girard? Let me see your hands. Who's Joe Girard? Anybody? Car salesman. I guess everybody in the world knows that Joe Girard sold more automobiles than anybody in history. For 12 consecutive years, he was the #1 automobile salesman in America. For the 15 years when he was exclusively selling cars, or primarily selling cars, today he writes books and makes speeches and does seminars and all that kind of good stuff. But for the 15 years he sold an average of 900 cars per year. The last 6 years he sold at an average of over 1,300 cars a year. And he never made fleet sales. These were always individual sales. And his company realized a profit on the sales. They were not giveaway deals. But Joe Girard undoubtedly is the best I've ever heard of at putting his name in front of the client and keeping it there. Not only does he send them a birthday card on their birthday, he sends them a birthday card on the birthday of their car. He sends them a card on Lincoln's birthday. He sends them a card on Washington's birthday, on the 4th of July, on the 23rd day of August, as an example, just because it happened to be the 23rd day of August. One card every month to every customer he has ever sold gets a card from Joe Girard. He soon is recognized simply as a member of the family. He is a friend. He is a trusted individual that they are going to buy their next car from. That's the reason, my friends, that he was #1 in automobile sales in America for 12 consecutive years. That's the reason for the last 6 years he averaged over 1,300 cars per year in individual sales. His name was always there. If you're going to build a career in the world of selling, you cannot sell it all yourself. You got to have lots of help. Joe had lots of help. Who helped him? Why, every member of every family, their friends, their neighbors, their relatives, they were all out bird dogging and selling for him. You as a salesperson must do that. Frequency is extremely important. My good friend Mike Frank, who was so helpful in writing the book, making suggestions and corrections, writes 7 personal handwritten notes every day of his life, and has been doing it for many, many years to the people he's been talking with that day. And he sends it on a little card which has his picture on it. Many times his contact is a short contact of 10 minutes, and he's going to see him again. Then he made an appointment, he's going to see him again in 2 months. They might well have forgotten what he looked like. And so Mike sits down that night and sends them a little card with his picture on it, so they will have that there. Is it a lot of trouble? You bet it is. Is it time consuming? Of course it is. Is it worth it? Absolutely, there's no question about it. The next part of that is the potency formula. How strong was the impact? What kind of a relationship did you build when you made the sale this last time? If it was a recommendation and you're in there because of a brother-in-law routine or because of a political connection, they might have bought one time from you simply to pay a debt to a friend. But my friend, recommendations are tremendously important, but you're not going to build a career with that individual just because you sold them the one time on that recommendation. You have got to go back and see them. How strong was the impact? Recommendation, of course, is tremendously important. And when I get into the sale in just a few minutes of how I bought an automobile from a man named Chuck Bellis, I bought it entirely because of the recommendation. So yes, recommendation is tremendously important. I repeat, you'll never build an outstanding career on your efforts alone. You got to have these other people selling for you. Now I'm going to close this simply by saying that the professional is skilled at communicating and reading the prospect's communications back to him. You communicate with your body language. Now, your body doesn't lie. Your mouth will. And I can tell you on occasion that you're going to be found out. That's the reason I keep saying you got to be the right kind of person. The professional is a builder, not a destroyer. He builds his fellow salespeople. He builds his country, his company, his community. He constantly suffers from a case of mild discontent, which he instinctively transforms to inspirational dissatisfaction, which is one of the most powerful forces we can harness in professional selling. Yes, the professional is quite a person. I want to introduce you, though, to the winner and undisputed champion. She's a lady named Billie Ingman, and she's from California. Billie Ingman has been in the world of selling a number of years. She sells table appointments, fine crystal, beautiful china, gorgeous flatware, exquisite table appointments of every kind. She also sells cookware. Now, I was in that business for a lot of years, so I can relate to Billie Ingman. A $2,500 order for her is just a routine affair. $4,000 orders are not at all uncommon. And on many, many, many occasions, she will come in with an initial $5,000 order. She sells so much that she does not enter the contest with the other people. She's been #1 for so many years, and I believe that last year was the first year she's been knocked off the throne. She sells as much as 2 and 3 times as much as the other people. But I've said so many times, you got to keep records of your prospects. You got to keep track of your customers. You've got to service the account. When Billy gets the initial order, she really is just getting started. She goes back again and again and again. She's one of these people who also is very conscious about the words she uses. She loves words like rich and loving and good taste and comfort and gracious and security and investment and caring. The word that she hates the most, she said it just gives her chill bumps and then turns into hot flashes almost immediately when she hears a salesperson use the word pitch. She said that just absolutely is the most repulsive word I've ever heard in my life. And I completely agree with her. I think that is a terrible word. Let me share with you what we call the accessory close. That's what Billy Engman calls it. First of all, she uses lots of testimonials. The point I want to make is when Billy Engman goes out, she expects to sell. She carries her sample cases to the door with her. She always has her work organized, so she has a prospect here, a prospect 2 doors down, a prospect. She doesn't spend all of her time shopping. She spends her time planning and scheduling her work. First of all, then I must say that she expects to sell. Second thing, she says that the close is the natural part of the presentation. The third thing that Billy does that's so important is she keeps careful records of what she's doing. The biggest thing, though, in her success is her follow-up sales. Once the prospect has the merchandise in their home and has made several payments, and Billy knows that they are good credit risk and that they're happy and are doing what they're supposed to do, she will prepare the follow-up orders. She always writes 3 orders before she makes her follow-up service call. Now, the service call generally comes about a year later. In the meantime, she's been sending them birthday cards, Christmas cards, and all of these good things. About a year after the initial order, she prepares 3 orders. One is the impossible dream. It is so big that nobody is going to buy that much. She just has everything that any housewife or future housewife could ever dream of possibly even considering buying. I mean, she really has the big order. Then she has what she calls her average order, which is colossal. I mean, it is still a great big one. And then she has the order that any salesperson would be awfully proud to get. Most of the time, she will sell either the impossible dream or the middle order. And when she sells the middle order, then on a later follow-up, she will go back and finish out their service. She takes a lot of pride in the fact that the people she sold 30 years ago have merchandise today, particularly their sterling silver, which is even better and even more valuable than it was when they bought it 30 years ago. Every time she goes back, she has a very special reason for going back. Number one is it is a legitimate service call. And so she checks their merchandise, see that everything is all right, and that they're happy with their merchandise. If it's not in as good a shape as it ought to be, she tells them exactly how to take better care of it, and she doesn't cut any corners. She spends a lot of time on the service aspects. Then, when the legitimacy of the service call has been established, then she doesn't shortchange her sales presentation going in for the next sale. She gives them the full treatment even though they've had the merchandise. She romances it. She glamorizes it. She points out all of the features and all of the benefits. She creates all the excitement she had there initially, and that's the reason that Billy Engman sells such a tremendous amount. I've said it so many times in these recordings, and that is that initial enthusiasm is important, but it's that sustaining belief and conviction that what you're selling is good for that prospect that's going to make such a difference. Billy Engman, in case a lot of people wanted to say, well, Zig, she sells that much merchandise. Does she overload people? How do they pay for it? Does she have a problem with that? It is a matter of absolute record. She has not one of the lowest rates of financial difficulties with her customers. She has the lowest rate of anybody in that company of delinquent accounts. The minute she gets an account that is just 15 days late, she gets that initial notice, she immediately finds out what the difficulty is. She faces the issue head on, and most people really appreciate that about her. As we've talked about the difference professionals in the world of selling, I think it's absolutely significant and important that we understand, again, that everybody started almost from the same base. Everybody, when they initially got started as salespeople, were scared. Most of them were broke. A lot of them were all thumbs. Many of them were literally scared to death, uncertain about the future. But the professional keeps growing and growing and growing. In many ways, Billy Ingman is the epitome of what I speak about throughout this entire segment. She does all the things, takes all the steps, has learned her lesson, is a constant student, is resourceful and imaginative, has the highest integrity, is absolutely dependable, is an exceptionally hard worker, is loyal to her principles, to her company, to her customers, and most of all, to her own sense of what is fair and right. She truly is a credit to the profession.
In this last part of his live presentation, Zig Ziglar is about to share with you the most complete and the most successful sales story he knows. It's about a super car salesman named Chuck Bellis, and how Chuck Bellis sold Zig Ziglar a new car. Bellis used a variety of closes, and Zig Ziglar is proud to tell you about them. The Abraham Lincoln, the Assumptive, and the previous purchase close. Here's Zig.
Now I'm going to tell you a story. This particular story, I hasten to add, I think is one of the most complete sales stories I've ever heard. It's going to take quite a few minutes to tell the story. And I want to share with you what's going to happen in this story. This story will literally cover the waterfront. It includes voice inflection, how to ask questions, the importance of sales skill and the salesperson, how to effectively negotiate the determining factor in the sale, how to move from the seller side of the table to the buyer side, how to lead prospects to new decisions, how to break the price down so it's not such an important factor, how and why you should sell value. It covers the steps you take to make the prospect feel good about unsatisfactory previous purchases, the importance of the follow-through in building a sales career, how to use the Abraham Lincoln approach in convincing the prospect to take action, and how to gently chastise the vacillating prospect, and more, much more. Boy, that's a lot of promises for one story, isn't it? We're going to tie a lot of closes in with this, but in 1975, it was automobile trading time for me. Now let me stress something. I don't drive very much. I fly a great deal. So I only buy a new car every 4 to 6 years. I just simply don't put that many miles on them. So there's never any big hurry for me. I can buy the car next week, next month, or next year, for that matter. As long as it is totally dependable transportation, that's the important thing. But in 1975, when the new Cadillacs came out, I particularly liked that 1976 model. And I decided I wanted me one, and so I kind of started shopping around. Well, I'd seen a couple of them, been to a couple of dealerships, and I was talking with a business associate and told him I was looking at a new Cadillac. And he said, well, if you're going to buy a new Cadillac, there's only one man to talk to in all of Dallas. That's Chuck Bellis. He's over at Roger Meyer Cadillac. I said, well, won't you call old Chuck, tell him I'm a good guy, he needs to give me the best deal going, and let me go over there and buy that car. Tell old Chuck that I'm the kind of fellow that he really wants to treat right. He said, okay, consider it done. Well, he called old Chuck, and I was on my way over there, and as I pulled up to the automobile dealership, I had to drive in front of the dealership and turn right, and Chuck was standing there in the showroom. He recognized the car. My friend had described it to him, and so he met me out in the parking lot as I pulled into the only spot which was available. And as I pulled into the lot there, old Chuck opened the door for me. He stuck out his hand before I got out of the car. He said, you got to be Zig Ziglar. And I said, I sure am. He said, well, Mr. Ziglar, let me start our conversation by telling you I'm delighted to see you, and you certainly are driving an absolutely beautiful automobile. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that is not a bad way to start a presentation. I'll tell you that right now. Now, first of all, let me emphasize a point. Chuck Bellis is very much the introvert, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit later on. He is of the old school. He is a gentleman, neatly, conservatively dressed, and everything is Mr. and Mrs. and yes, sir, and no, sir. He started out by identifying me, and he started out by saying, this is certainly a beautiful automobile you're driving. That's a good way to start, but there's a big if to it. If that is really a beautiful car I'm driving. Now, if it's a dog, beat up from one end to another, and this guy says, hey, that's a beautiful car you're driving, man, I grab my pocketbook and run for my life because I know that here's a guy I can't trust at all. But he was telling the truth. That was a beautiful Regency Oldsmobile. It was the top of their line at that time, and I remind you, now this happened a number of years ago, back in 1975. And as he complimented me on my car, it was a two-tone brown, had all of the good stuff on it. I mean, every little gizmo that you really enjoy having on a car. And I was proud of that car. He was saying it really is a beautiful car. See, one of the things you got to understand, the best way, and this is a point you absolutely don't want to miss, we might even label this as profound, as I have said in some of the other recordings before. The best way to make a new sale is to make the customer happy with a previous purchase he's made. Now, he started me off by making me feel good. Beautiful car you have. Well, thank you very much, sir. Now, I want you to notice these questions and the way he handles them. He said, do you mind telling me where you got it? And I said, well, Chuck, to tell you the truth, my neighbor across the street is an executive with General Motors, and I got one of the executive cars. He said, I bet you got a good deal on it, didn't you? Now, that's a very simple question, casually asked. It was not out of the can, but I'll guarantee you it was part of the plan. I'll bet he's asked that question 10,000 times. Now, I don't know how you are, but when somebody asks me if I made a pretty good deal about, several years ago, you know how I'm going to do? I bet I do exactly like you do. I modestly admit, now it needs to be modest, otherwise it's tacky. I modestly admit, well, yeah, Chuck. Matter of fact, I did all right on the deal. $7,600 car when it is new. They'd only driven it less than 2,000 miles. I got it for $5,600. Say, he said, you really did get a good deal on the car. Tell you what else I did, too. I had just loaded the first barrel of his sales shotgun. That's exactly what I had done. He'd simply asked a question, I had responded. And that brings me to a very important point also. And that is your prospect will be delighted to tell you things if you'll just ask them. They'll be delighted to tell you. Again, yet again and again, I'll tell you, he wants the solution to his problem. And if you've got the solution, he wants to buy more than you, the salesperson, wants to sell. Bet you got a good deal? You bet you I got a good deal, Chuck. He said, well, I'll tell you what I'll do, Mr. Ziglar. He said, I'm really going to make you happy today. He said, we've got a magnificent inventory, and we have great need for really good, clean, used cars such as yours. Now, let me get the appraiser, and we'll ride around and see what this automobile looks like on the inside. And he said, I'll tell you right now, if it's anything like as nice on the inside as it is on the outside, you're going to be driving a new Cadillac home with you. The assumptive close right there. He's already putting me behind the wheel. He's given me ownership of that car. Well, he got the appraiser, and they went wherever it is they go to do whatever it is they do to look a car over. And when old Chuck came back with the appraiser in about 10 minutes, old Chuck was sitting over there on the passenger side. And when he drove into that lot, old Chuck was grinning just like he'd walked through a swinging door on somebody else's push. I'm telling you, he was really excited. Now, please understand something here. As I have said on the other recordings, you got to think as a buyer and as a seller. You've got to have empathy if you're going to be successful in the world of selling. But let me remind you, I am now a customer. I am a buyer. And what I want as a buyer is what? Anybody tell me? What I want as a customer? The best deal going. Absolutely. At the best price. I want the best of everything. And old Chuck grinning there like he was, I just knew I was fixing to get the offer of a lifetime. Tell you the truth, and I'm a little embarrassed to say this. He was grinning so broadly, the word steal kind of went through my mind. Now, I didn't let it stay long. I mean, I ran it on out of there. I even had visions of him giving me some swap-in, giving me money if I just let him keep that magnificent automobile I had. When old Chuck stepped out of the car, I know Chuck has had dramatic training. He had to have had. He stepped out of the car and he closed the door and just shook his head, as if he couldn't believe the magnificent, solid click of that closing door. And then to make certain that he had not been misled, he opened the door one more time and closed it again. Boy, I tell you, my heart was really beating fast. I knew I was going to get the deal of a lifetime on that automobile, no question about it. He came over to me and he said, Mr. Ziglar, he said, I got good news for you. He said, that automobile of yours is in even better shape on the inside than it was on the outside. He said, you have really got a nice car. He said, now I don't want you to misunderstand this, because he said, I am so delighted that you're here. And we have such great need for nice cars like yours. But I'm just a little bit puzzled at this point as to why you would consider trading such a magnificent car as this at this time. Now, for those of you who are new in the world of selling, and those of you who might be a little bit negative as we go into this complimentary close and the Abraham Lincoln close and all of these good things, as we cover these, you might think to yourself, well, isn't that a little bit negative to bring up a possible objection? You got the guy going, it's moving in your right direction. I think it's the most positive thing Chuck did. You see, if there are objections, the earlier you can bring them out in the interview so that you can deal with it in the body of the presentation, then you're responding, then you're selling on the offense instead of defensively selling, and your chances of making the sale are greater. He said, why do you want to swap this car at this time? And I said it pleasantly and graciously. And I said, well, Chuck, to tell you the truth, we have a family reunion on over in Mississippi in a couple of weeks, and I just think it'd be kind of nice if I could drive this new Cadillac over there for family convention. Old Chuck thought that'd be kind of nice too. But old Chuck's had dramatic training. He didn't giggle. He didn't grin. He didn't even laugh. He just simply said, well, that really is a nice car. I had just loaded the second barrel of his sales shotgun. I'd given him the reason why I ought to go ahead and buy it right now. I had given him the clothes. I'd given him the tools. I'd given him everything he needed to work with. Now all he's got to do is take the information I've given, my obvious delight at the new Cadillac, and he's got things going his way. And so he took his pad out. And as you know, I've talked a dozen times so far about using your talking pad, because you see, with your talking pad, the customer can see. And when they see, they understand better. And more important, they believe more of what they see. But old Chuck was figuring privately this time. Didn't let me see what he's doing. And he started figuring, had that big old grin on his face. And I was sitting there and I was kind of rocking back on my heel. You know how you do when you got it going. Oh, I was excited. And old Chuck was grinning and figuring, and then I was watching him very carefully, to see what I wanted to keep my eyes open, make certain that I wasn't being taken advantage of in any sort of a way, And as old Chuck started to figure, that grin started to fade into neutral. And I thought to myself, uh-oh, he's found something. And then another minute or two, as he kept on figuring, that grin drifted into pure ugly. As a matter of fact, I have never seen such a high concentration of ugly in one small spot in my life. And my heart literally went down to my shoes. I thought, oh no, he's found something. I'm not going to be able to get this Cadillac after all. It's not as good as I thought it was. But I'll give old Chuck credit for one thing. He is a fighter. I mean, he kept figuring, and he kept figuring, and he kept figuring. And the first thing you know, that ugly started to shift back into neutral. And I caught myself pulling for him. Stay in there, Chuck, man. Hang in there with it, boy. And pretty soon, the neutral shifted on into the most beautiful smile I have ever seen in my life. And old Chuck looked up at me and he said to me, Mr. Ziglar, I've got delightful news for you. Because of the superb condition of your car, and because of our inventory, we're going to be able to swap with you today for just $73.85. And I almost had a heart attack. Now, don't misunderstand me. I am an educated man. I mean, I watch television and read the newspapers, and that's where you get your education. And I knew that cars had gone extraordinarily high. My friends and my relatives had told me, Zig, you cannot believe the price of automobiles today. But you see, they were talking about an entirely different subject. They were talking about their cars, and they were talking about their money. And now old Chuck is talking about an entirely different subject. He's talking about my car and my money. And when he says $73.85, I scream like a stuck pig. I said, whoo, Chuck. Man, I said, that's a lot of money. But old Chuck didn't get defensive. He didn't get upset. He didn't do anything. He just looked me right in the eye and quietly asked me a very simple question. Mr. Ziglar, is it too much? Now, what's he asking me? Is he saying to me, now, Ziglar, if that's out of your price range, I mean, man, if you can't cut the mustard, if you haven't got the financial wherewithal to handle it, be a man and speak up and just confess you can't handle it. Is that what he's asking me? If he is, there's no way in 10,000 years that I would ever admit it. I just couldn't pay the money. Or is he asking me, Mr. Ziglar, as a highly respectable, very successful, conservative businessman who invests his money wisely and seeks fair treatment everywhere he goes, is this simply more than you're willing to pay in exchange for these two fine automobiles? Now, if that's his question, my friends, I will plead guilty to that one all day long. Is it too much? I said, Chuck, that is just too much money. You're right. I just won't pay any $7,385. Now, Chuck had said $73.85, but with my money, it was $7,385 as far as I was concerned. And so I played it. I just won't pay any $7,385. Then Chuck asked me another question because, you see, now he's got to find out something. And I don't care whether you're selling computers, real estate, automobiles, or whatever it is that you're selling. You got to find out if you and your prospect are in the same ball game and if you're in the same ballpark. If you have an offer, if you have a home for sale for $200,000 and somebody wants to take an offer to the owner for $90,000, you realize not only are you in different ball games, you're in different ballparks, and you're just wasting everybody's time. Now, in the interest of time, in order to make the sale, Chuck, not only me, but other people, he's got to find out, does he have himself a prospect, or am I just one of those guys always looking? And there are some of those. So he asked me a very simple question, Mr. Ziglar, what do you think would be a fair exchange? For your beautiful automobile, this Oldsmobile which you've been driving for the 4 years, fine automobile. What do you think would be a fair exchange for our magnificent new Cadillac sedan in exactly the color you want with all of the accessories that you want on it? Now, he's now using the Abraham Lincoln approach on me. You see, not once has Chuck Bellis ever said anything negative about my car. When you say something negative about a previous purchase, what you're really doing is you're downplaying and you're downgrading the judgment and the intelligence of the buyer. What you're really saying is somebody got to you, somebody took advantage of you. Even if the prospect says, yeah, they saw me coming and I really made a bum deal on the last one. If you say, yeah, well, they did kind of, get to you just a little bit. If you agree on something like that, you know what you really are doing? You are making that prospect think, yeah, they got to me, friend. But I guarantee you, you're not going to get your hands in my pocket. I'm going to watch you like you have never been watched before.
Chuck Bellis is going to seal the deal by using that all-important technique, the tie-down close. Let's go back to the story.
Chuck's making me feel good about my previous purchase. He knows that's the easiest way to sell me the next time. When you downgrade your son's girlfriend or your daughter's boyfriend, when you put them down over and over, what you're really doing is questioning the judgment of your child. And they get defensive on so many cases. We need to explore these things from a positive aspect. Chuck is very positive. How much would you give in exchange? And he gives me this Abraham Lincoln approach. Now, you probably remember when Abraham Lincoln was an attorney, when he'd get in front of the judge or the jury, what he would do is he would start out by presenting the opposition's case. He knew the case better than the defendant, than the other lawyer did. And he would bring out all of the facts. Now, he didn't use quite as much enthusiasm, and he didn't put quite as much emphasis on it, but he covered the major points. And then he would present his side of the case, and he would always obviously present his side a little bit stronger, a little bit more forcefully, a little bit better than he had presented the opposition. That's what Chuck's doing. What do you think would be a fair price between this 4-year-old beautiful Oldsmobile as versus this magnificent new sedan DeVille? And I said, well, Chuck, you know, I've always believed in round figures, and I personally think $7,000 would be a gosh awful plenty to pay in exchange, including the tax. And when I said that, old Chuck just started shaking his head. He said, Mr. Ziglar, he said, there ain't a chance at all that our company would even remotely entertain that idea. He said, why, what you're asking for is a $385 discount. And he said the tax and other costs on that car would run you, in addition to that, another $350. You're talking about over $700 and $735, he said. And there just isn't a way in the world that they would even remotely consider that. But he said, Mr. Ziglar, let me ask you a question. In the unlikely event that they would accept your offer, are you prepared to drive this beautiful new Cadillac automobile home with you today? And all of a sudden it dawned on me, that old boy is serious about selling automobiles. And it dawned on me that if somebody didn't do something quick, somebody's going to buy something from somebody, and I hadn't even started my sales talk yet. And so I knew I was going to be the victim. And so what did I do? I did exactly the same thing to him that your prospects have been doing to you all of your sales career, will continue to do so as long as you're in the world of selling. Even though in essence I had made an offer, I now started to crawfish. I started to back out. I said, oh, I don't know about that, Chuck. $7,000, man, that's a lot of money. My money just don't come that easy. Then old Chuck did one of the wisest things I think I have ever seen a salesman do. He didn't argue with me at all. He didn't get involved in trying to persuade me that $7,000 was a fair price. He was, again, as tactful and professional as anybody I have ever seen in my life. Incidentally, as you know, tact, as you know, is the art of recognizing when to be big and when not to be little. And that's exactly what old Chuck was awfully good at. He didn't downgrade anything, didn't put anything at all on me that would make me feel bad. But what he did was a very beautiful professional procedure. And at this point, let me hasten to add that from here on in, the kind of person you are assumes even more importance than the kind of salesperson you are. Because in the negotiation stage, the trust factor is going to be the most important factor of all. So let's see how Chuck handled the negotiations from here on in. He got his paper out and he said, well, Mr. Ziglar, let me share this with you. I know at this point that the company would not take $7,000. But he said, I'm confident we would trade with you for the $73.85 because that's the offer we've made you. Then he grinned just ever so slightly, as he said, and Mr. Ziglar, we don't back out on our offers. Mildly dangerous. But not overly so, because the mutual friend who had sent me to Chuck had said to him, now you kind of got to watch old Zig. He has been known on occasion to pull both legs at exactly the same time. So he knew that I was inclined to kid a little bit. And so he said, we know that we'll accept this because that's been the offer and we don't back out on our offers. But he said, Mr. Ziglar, let me share this with you. At $73.85, that means literally that you're investing about $2,600 for having driven your 4-year-old Oldsmobile, it's 4.5 years old, For 4.5 years, for $2,600, he said, Mr. Ziglar, if you'll put the pencil to it, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's got his talking pad that I keep talking about right in front of me. He says that comes out to be exactly $600 or about $600 a year. Then he lowered his voice, looked me right in the eyes. I've talked about so many times already in the various closes, as he said. And Mr. Ziglar, you can't even drive a Chevrolet that cheap. And I thought to myself, Ziglar, you clever rascal. Those other folks spending more money than that to drive a Chevrolet, and here you are driving that big old high-priced Oldsmobile for what it costs everybody else to drive a Chevrolet. What's he doing again? He's making me feel good about a previous purchase. And when you feel good about the previous one, you're more inclined to go ahead and do some more business. And he said that, you know, man, I started grinning. I thought to myself, yeah, that's not a bad deal. And then all of a sudden, like a bolt out of the blue, it hit me like a ton of bricks what old Chuck was doing to me. I said, Chuck, hold the phone. Daggone you. I'm not about to give you any $7,385 for that car. I have offered you $7,000. Now that's it. That's it. He didn't grin. He didn't laugh. He didn't giggle. As a matter of fact, he just quietly said, well, you know, Mr. Ziglar, of course, it's out of my hands. But let me take your offer. And he always puts that offer in there. Let me take your offer back to the appraiser and see what I can do. And now he did what I talked about in the second segment of this series and the second segment of the book, Zig Ziglar's Secrets of Closing the Sale. He carefully moved over to my side of the table. He demonstrated the empathy. He now becomes an assistant buyer. Now, he's going to use all of my money, but he is now becoming an assistant buyer. He says, let me go talk to the appraiser. But, Mr. Ziglar, I just want you to know I am on your side. I'm going to do everything I can to get you the best possible offer. Well, I kind of sat there nervously for a couple of minutes, you know, and old Chuck made his departure. Then he came back and is kind of shaking his head. He said, you know, I'm a little embarrassed to have to tell you this, but the appraiser had an emergency, and he had to go home for the evening. And I said, let me ask you a question, Mr. Ziglar. He said, do you think you'll be able to sleep tonight not knowing whether or not you have made the deal on this beautiful automobile? I said, well, Chuck, somehow or another, I think I can probably struggle through. Now, I want you to notice how he uses this tie-down close as he nails it down. He said, well, Mr. Ziglar, you know, in the world of selling, particularly in the automobile business, we don't consider it a bona fide offer unless we've got a signed agreement and money has changed hands. But he said, I've been here now for 22 years. And he said, if there's any one thing that I pride myself on, it is on my ability to judge the individuals whom I deal with. And he said, if I'm reading you right, you're the kind of man who, when he gives you your word, that word is your bond. Your handshake is all anybody would need. That is the kind of man you are, isn't it, Mr. Ziglar? Now, what am I going to do? Say, no, Chuck, I'm a liar? Or am I going to think that old Chuck's about the brightest guy going, you know? So when he said that, I said, that's right, Chuck. Man, if I tell you something, you can depend on it. Yeah, that's right. He said, now to make absolutely certain that we're communicating, what you're saying to me is that if we will swap with you for $7,000, including tax and all costs, that we are in business. I said, Chuck, you got it exactly right. He said, Mr. Ziglar, that's all I need to know. I'll call you tomorrow morning. He said, now, would you like to drive the car home with you this evening? I said, no, Chuck, I think it'd be best if you left the car right here. And he said, I'll call you tomorrow morning as soon as you get to the office. Well, I walked in my office the next morning at 8:30. The telephone was literally ringing. It was old Chuck on the other end, and he was absolutely exuberant. I mean, he was excited and motivated, you know. And he said, Mr. Ziglar, I got marvelous news for you. The appraiser has been here. We've had a good heart-to-heart talk, and he has said that he will sell you, or we'll be able to swap with you, including taxes and all costs, everything, for just $7,200. I knew at that point I had bought the car for $7,000. And there was never a question about it. You can, as we'd say down home, you can put this in your pipe and smoke it, because this one is true. When a person starts to compromise, whether it's on price or principle, if they'll compromise once, they'll do it again. And it's easier the second time than it was the first. When he said $7,200, I knew I had bought my car for $7,000. I said, well, you know, Chuck, I was tremendously impressed with you yesterday when you figured me out so completely, where you said that when I made an offer and shook hands on it, that my word was my bond. And I said, Chuck, you got the nail right on the head, because my word is my bond. I will, in fact, give you $7,000 in exchange for the two cars. He said, am I understanding that that is it? No more. I said, Chuck, you got that one right. He said, I'll get back to you in just a minute. About 2 minutes later, the phone rings again, and he says, do you want me to bring it to you, or do you want to come get it? I said, Chuck, I like to have my cars delivered. Why don't you bring it to me? He said, I'll have the paperwork done in a few minutes. I'm on my way. Well, now, this story does cover an awful lot of things, but let me tell you one of the most critical things. Now, I had never met Chuck Bellis before that day, but he had been trying to sell me that car for 22 years. You heard it right. I'd never met him before. He was a complete stranger. But he'd been working hard to sell me the car for 22 years. Because 22 years earlier, when Chuck Bellis went to work for Roger Meyer Cadillac, he made a decision. This is where I'm going to spend my career, is here at Roger Meyer Cadillac. This is what I'm going to do the rest of my life, is sell Cadillac automobiles. I believe in them. I believe in the stability this company has. I'm going to be here for the rest of my life. Now, in order to do that, Chuck knew that he had to do certain things. He knew he had to always deal from the top of the deck. He knew he had to get a lot of customer support. He knew he had to get a lot of repeat business. He knew he had to have his customers sending other customers in to see it if he were going to do that. So 22 years earlier, when Chuck made the decision to sell automobiles, Cadillac automobiles as his career, then he started selling me at that point. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Chuck Bellis is a professional. But let me stress also that everybody, literally, is a salesperson. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I tell the Chuck Bellis story in such detail because it encompasses so many of the things. I believe when you adapt this to whatever product you sell, you're going to want to ask yourself, what question do I ask here? What step do I take? How can I adapt this to make it work just for me as it did for Chuck Bellis? My friends, I've said it a dozen times already. I'll say it another dozen times. It's easy to make a sale. It is difficult to build a sales career so that you progressively sell more and gain more respect in your community. And you need the help of the other individuals to do it. And when you do it this way, continually growing, you will in fact end up not only selling more in the immediate, but you will sell a great deal more over a long period of time.